Hi, this is Godre Allen Bryan, QL, and Strikeahead Hensey Abbrevi. Today is Monday, April 29th. It's 10:04 p.m. I'm at 1518 or 1522 Sturm Avenue, Indianapolis, Indiana. Okay, so I already had made a previous video. I'm not sure if it recorded or not, but this one I think that it hadn't recorded. So I'm going to go back and re-record it right quick. This is a rundown video for evidence of various different court or fair use, educational use. Okay, so first, number of bands I'm going to show in this video. It's gonna show bands who infringed, plagiarized, or stole my intellectual song royalty composition. First one, Metallica. First riff right there. So that right there, where it went into more of a sort of a swing sort of style of what it was, still a half riff or a quarter riff, sort of quarter riff type of let's say credit. It's still related to my original. Though, however, that second riff are not specifically 100% my riff at all. And see right there where dude said, "I take the leash that's bleeding me." That's a reference to a band that I was in, Lesh9, plus a leash reference. Plus Alicia Finley. Of which the album cover is a mixture of blood and semen. Actually is pronounced Metallicia. Is also on videos, Live Shit, Binge and Purge, concert videos. It's referred to by various performer and various band who uses Metallicia as a forward label or whatever. It's actually said from Metallicia, or whatever. So a dude pronounces Metallicia instead of saying Metallica. And saying Metallicia there shows that dude has a linguistic attention hyper or reality, which is good actually. It's shows somebody's trying to be smart, pronunciate when using words the way that words are actually spelled. Okay, so you see it shows release on April 6th. 1996, which at that data right there, as what is it, 24 days previous to my birthday in 1996, because I was born in April 25th, 1996, 1979. And if you look at the Wikipedia evidence that goes along with Metallicea Load, which we'll go to that. This will be a little more comprehensive video than the last one I was trying to do. And I think I understand now why Wikipedia sort of blocks me off, is whoever wants me to not get a corruption suspicion or false corruption suspicion. Oh, you can get on there and change that or something. No, you can't get on there and change that. See, so that I think I have to actually show respect and drop any unfair charges. I really wanted whoever to look at FBI to look at why whoever was sort of trying to block me. And over that time, I had made references as well, basically not to charge anybody who were not criminally purposed. And I'm not criminal. See, so it says there's a 6 studio album, June 4th, 1996, Elektra Records, Vertigo Records. See, it doesn't say any mentioning or me or anything. It does, however, say, then just sit down and fucking die. Okay, it's at 79 minutes, which I was born in 1979. That's why I said, here's where I'm about to show you where numbers are used as sort of ciphers or codes or whatever as throughout a number of different related albums, meaning that there's record industry fraud type stuff. But the true record industry, by level of the rules or law, it's not going to produce fraud. So that means there's a number of artists or various different performer guilt. It's split away from the true real record industry, but at the same time it's still back and forth faceted or whatever. So you see it says recorded May 1st 1995, February 1st 1996. Okay, so I had written my riff or played my riff while watching whatever Life Shit Binge and Purge video box set that I had bought on VCR in my room on Martha Street back in 1995, 1994, 1995, which is probably what drew whoever to myself in the first place. So it's sort of a response based on who I am or something, and whoever's using satellite information as well as court evidence, as well as publicly released data type stuff, as well as wrongful obtained data. Okay, so you see the length is 7859. Okay, so 5888, it's a reference to Social Security number, as well as 78 is one less than my birthday. You see what I'm saying? So what whoever's is doing is wrong to me. So that means if I were to accept whatever, it would kill me. You see what I'm saying? Whoever's are so wrong. So basically, whoever is and directly recognizes that basically it's destroyed me and I have to sort of compete in order to not decease at that level. So whoever has attempted murder at that level, which I completely already ordered lethal law and court choice order, whatever. If it's fair to use lethality, use it. If it's not necessary to use lethality or whatever, whatever choice is fair. I'm just saying, don't let anybody kill any type of an officer who's on grounds to try to catch whoever's done wrong. You see what I'm saying? So, and I'm not wrong, so whoever's not going to turn me into wrong over some sort of different stuff. That's why I said I literally prosecute any type of accusation, period. So whoever's going to choose to die by default in law, by calling me wrong or criminal as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so and there's a lot of different song references. King Nothing's some of my Viking and my thing. That's the Viking law council. So that's whoever basically stealing my crown. Whoever's not stealing it per se at a level of reality. Whoever's stealing my songs, whoever's stealing my property, but whoever's a stolen identifications and names, but technically I still keep my name. You see what I'm saying? It's still mine. You can't strip somebody who really is somebody from their true real reality of identification. They are themselves. So okay, so here's a personnel. See, here's a list of different beings or variously guilty or cooperative or working. References. There's a reference list for those who respect references. Um, and that's where I said I'd have to show respect to anybody who's put in time to put info together, even though it was variously not all completely complete. That it's working on it. I still say whoever should allow me uh, to report. So that's why I said. So technically, Wikipedia or whatever was wrong to stop me from reporting, but at a certain level, it shows that since I was not capable to list an article, it was a blacklist or something, that I would be incapable to modify it. It would be me. It wasn't me who listed any type of information. You know what I'm saying? So I'm able to look at it. So I mean, it's just duality of benefit and temporary restriction, maybe. Okay, so you see, there's an article. There's articles that go, and it says existential metal, which means it's theological referenced or. And there's a reference to article where it talks about how whoever had this album was too long, so I had to reduce it or whatever. And it's talking about whoever would have had to reduce you know uh, songs by not using mine, where whoever recorded in order to so. And the house in in Zelda, the case with Zelda, the dude uncle was gonna give the sword back to Link or whatever. That's why I said it's about me. It's my uncle Jack who received my grandpa's knife collection, so that's related too, as well as the dude Jack Lee who stayed at the A-frame house on on my mom's sort of area road or whatever. Obviously, she's got fraud difficulties and problems and guilt too. So she wasn't purposely false. I think a lot of time she wasn't false. A lot. It's just more that she was neglected, and she was, where she would go to work, and if she saw, she chose a spouse who intoxicatedly drove, and I reported dudes intoxicated driving, but where she didn't report dudes intoxicated driving. So there's a lot of crimes or wrongs that she didn't report, and that way she is fraud to a certain point. So I definitely place she is guilty. I reported she is guilty. I do not back she. I do not exonerate she in any case where she's wrong. So you see at 79 minutes, Load is the longest studio album with the CD length at 78:59. So, so you see it's even 1 second. There's a discrepancy from 79 to 78:59. You see what I'm saying? And so it says that's where it says they're boasting of its long playtime, simply reading 78:59. And they said the outlaw torn, which had to be shortened by one, which is a reference to how outlaw is really a good word or variously okay, but yet gets false bad representation. Somebody who practices outlaw or whatever means that whoever it permits in and out as it's permitted to do. In other words, if somebody's in your house and you permit them in your house, it's okay. If you ask somebody to leave and it's correct that you ask whoever to leave, whoever has to leave. That's an outlaw. That's what I'm saying. And then at that level, there's a ratio of performance. So if somebody asks you to leave and somebody is wrong and you give whoever an allowance, you're permitted to leave. You just have to go and tell somebody else that whoever's wrong. And you see it talks about Ronnie, which there was an uncle that I had, there's various Ronnie Thomas, which me and Lauren Renee Woods or whatever, it's not a real name, but went to visit Ronnie in a hospital at Community East previous to Ronnie's decession. Obviously, it's not dude's real name, but that's just the pseudo sort of version. Obviously, I don't fully give whatever terminology doesn't belong to dude. But at the same time, dude wasn't worst guy in the world. You know, it's fraud. There's different types of fraud. There's different levels of fraud. So I said you can't put all frauds or all mistakes as bad as every other different mistake. Plus, there's a point where whoever may or may not have had awareness, and a lot of time you got to figure all that out in cases as far as extenuating circumstances. And people who are smarter, who claim to be existential, that's whoever citing that whoever has an education. That means whoever has a higher liability potential. Plus, whoever had court representation, all that type of stuff, which means the court professionally had a responsibility that whoever should have blocked whoever from stealing material, that type of stuff. So it's a wrongful copyright or wrongful trademark, which is why YouTube or whatever is built in the first place. Why it got basically its evidence repository. Okay, so that means it's not 100% criminal more, that whoever has sort of a responsibility to keep evidence and show evidence to people for publicity record. So that's sort of some of the information on Bleeding Me or whatever. The next one's going to be dissection. Well, actually, hold on a second. I'm going to show you the first riff, which would be my riff, which would be 13 Palaces of the Earth and Sleep, all which I wrote in 2004 at 1101 North Larch, Indianapolis, Indiana. That was after I got released from military in 2003 from Fort Sill. So you see there's mixed couple type videos that show up. See, there's a various Oriental lady or whatever, and there's a various dude. So if you look at that dude on the ladder or whatever, on the raise or incline, that dude has a facial recognition to dude nephew Scott Mayhew. It's not dude's real name, but you see that dude, and that's how I'm able to see facial recognition. Okay, so whoever there's a various difference, and various Scott Mayhew dude or whatever had a connection relative to various Mayhew, the Wookiee or whatever dude was or whatever in Star Wars. So you see there's sort of a media group or media relation group, fraud or chain reaction, and whoever's are variously related or variously not related unless, you know, there are points where whoever are split relative people, so whoever are not necessarily liable 100% of one specific crime, but yet might be liable of different crimes. So anyway, first I'm going to show you old. Okay, so okay, so that picture right there with the sort of colored squigglies, that's dude William J. Miller. It's not dude's real name. Dude's as well is a various different sapien. It's directly various other groups relative. That's dude took that picture of me holding dude's guitar or whatever. That dude crafted custom ways. Plus, when you get back and say at that last riff that I was showing you, this one right here. Okay, that riff is the target of infringement, plagiarism, or stolen use or wrongful use by what band I'm going to next, which is a band uses a term commonly referred to as dissection or dissection on an album that's called Rain Chaos. You see, it's got symbol variants of Greek or symbols of Megaya. So that's if you're straight to it, it's a U, variously. So in Ryan there's a B off, but it's a reference to Brian, or Brian. So it's very Brianic. It's Swedish, variously. So Viking, it's Viking, and dude, this whatever band are from Norway, Finland, and that sort of region. So it's Viking relative associate. Okay, so Ring Chaos just means that there's sort of a reality.
The Cantina Chicken Quesadilla isn't just for late night, because it has a perfect slow-roasted chicken to melted cheese ratio. That's chicken on the inside, cheese everywhere else. Introducing the new Cantina Chicken Quesadilla, only at Taco Bell.
So whoever was to listen. Oh, sorry, hold on a second. I got to go to the actual... there's a specific song. It's called God of Forbidden Light, which is a reference to God of Lies and Greed, which was a song that was listed as, as far as labeled or whatever by various dude Josh McClain, not myself. I was in Leshnein, same band I was in 1997 at Station Street in Fishers, Indiana, as well as Martha Street in Fortville, Indiana, previous to house fire. So this is showing Okay, so you can see here, it's a rough story that goes along with John Nuttveit. Okay, so obviously dude's got a reverse die claim at there as far as identification. It's fraud or various not fraud. I'm not sure dude's DNA yet. So you see it talks about, there was previous band activity previous to using my riff or whatever. So split up in 1997, which would show after a previous dude had potentially killed a dude from a video that I had seen or whatever, and did a certain amount of time in penitentiary. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Same time, I would not want to false accuse. So it says there, though, due to imprisonment for complicity in the murder of Joseph Midauer. After you see, and so there's various different references named as well. There's William Joseph Miller, which was an Altered Shadow, which is a band that I was in 2001, advanced till about 2016 or so, in 2017. So in 2004 is when dude got released. So there's sort of an awareness of society or whatever, based on stuff that happened, certain amount of information or a certain amount of false information potential changes. You see, it shows that it's it says satanic. It true would be satanic spelled with K is the proper level. I don't permit whoever to use anus type suggestions to me. And that means whoever's basically suggesting some sort of butt reference or not, but it's out butt to me. But same time, you don't put on basically, so don't put on Satan at that level, which, you know, whoever shouldn't put on Satan unless whoever's a Celt birthright, which at that level I'm a Celt birthright. And even though there's a number of frauds who really whoever don't understand that satanic's really a Celt term, and so whoever's had black hair or whatever you think, and so whoever suggests it's black hair, but it's really not a word that's associated with whoever. The black's really not a color more than it's a possessionary term that belongs to who owns it, who built that level, and it's a Celt and a blonde word. But there are certain points where there are beings who color whoever's hair who are blonde, who are still Celt. So so he says there it was released in April 2006, which is an additional April reference. And 2006 is when Hayden was born. Okay, so reach the limitations of music as a tool for expressing what I want to express for myself. Dude's basically talking about I, so it's almost as if dude was trying to go along with what I was doing. You see what I'm saying? So that's really showing that dude was just sort of almost as if it was a letter or friendly or reach, trying to talk to me or something, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it says in lyrics. Hey there, Lucifer. So dude speaking to me or speaking to Hayden, whichever one. And then it says 2 months later, dude committed suicide with gun inside a circle of lit candles and apart. So it's suggests an apartment, and that means dude was approached straight or whatever, or not rape, or not fag, which I understand and respect that, even though dude destroyed fag dude or whatever, not to call dude even a fag, but dude said beauty, which is not necessarily fag reference necessarily, but it just means straight. But that dude Joseph Midhour. But you see right there, F and M, it's a fem, so obviously you could masculine with the middle name or something. And you see in whatever place it's listed as Hasselby, which has and have and Haiti and Selby, which is that's a variously a cell reference, which would be a Celt reference, as well as there's a variation to Belby and variation to Hadesley or Hensley, and variations as well. There's a lot of different relation words at that level. You see it lists as Sweden, and it lists as May 5th, 2021 is what who owns whatever account. There was previous work previous to 2021. Okay, so you can see there's obvious relevance to say that what I say about information, that it's related to different bands or whatever, that's all true. It is true 100%. I mean, there's no failure to understand that it's true at this point, okay, to me. But now anybody else needs more proof or something, I'll show you. Okay, so because I mean, I understand people want 100% sureness with information are true. You just have to understand how crucial it is that whoever trusts what information is true, or whoever calls what is true, that you admit what's true, that you're not fraud, you're not false yourself. So you see it lists here on Wikipedia. You see it's on Wikipedia. You know what I'm saying? So as far as every number of things that are limited, there are limited number of things on Wikipedia. Okay, so a lot of people to say that, oh, it's got everything or something. There are various limiteds. Okay, so it says the end records, which is mean that whoever couldn't do what whoever's doing variously. And you see it's 4306. So 43, 42 and 2 is a reference to variant 2, which would be a tool of perfect circle, which is a different group or whatever who variously infringed me, or whoever plagiarized, or whatever you want to say. It's plagiarism, that's for sure. So by whoever frauding or using wrongful use of name or failing to properly credit my song, and it's a masculine version, it's plagiarism. And I've not plagiarized anybody. Because I've said just saying that in my designs or any other relevant type stuff that only specific, real orders of buildups complete things. It contains different other beings, various stuff, but it doesn't contain stuff that belongs to beings who are relatively, related to a certain point, specific developers originally only. See, that's why I said it's my true. That's why, you know, I'm getting to succeed and to exist as a result that I'm not false. That means I've studied a lot as well. It means I'm purposely smart enough not to fail to properly credit people who earn credit. There are people who get credit, even the other different level users don't get full entire credit. Whoever gets sort of mixed credit or something, a certain ratio. So right there, whoever can't fail to recognize that I'm not fraud or that I'm not stealing anybody else's designs. Even when I draw a design, if it has a reference to a different design or whatever, I still list that only my specific additions or whatever, my specific type additions are mine. So anybody else's are whoever else's or whatever. And then when you want specific names, or in cases where whoever ain't got specific names, you know, I recognize that there are beings who ain't got specific names as far as English or whatever, and that it's a challenge sort of to whoever, but not necessarily a purposeful oppositional challenge. Just mean that there's sort of a disability until it gets happen. And right there, whoever has to basically build a symbol of some sort of form that, or some sort of way, even a photo. That's why we use photos. You see what I'm saying? So respect the Kodak or whatever for that level, as well as Eudipus and hieroglyphicy, as well as to recognize the difference between hieroglyphicies or as an attempt to draw early photo exact pictures, or to truly represent what's real and not use pseudo exchange or translational cipher symbols. So there's a difference between a cipher symbol that, you know, it's a letter A and it has, you add a sound to it, and then you say elephant and people say, yeah, it's an elephant. An elephant's variously an animal or whatever, but all that's all cipherable lingo or whatever. But it's different than a specific real sort of picture. Okay, so you see, you know, that's and it's related to the Lesh9 songs, Gotta Lies and Greed, which is dude, you know, just citing lyrical variations too, probably to myself, because I had written a certain amount of lyrics and dude had built a certain amount of lyrics, and there's a mixed level of perceptions or whatever, and as well as using words in, where I'd say, for example, your cities are crumbling. Technologies are destroying the future. It's a saddened state of affair. And then next, dude says, you possess knowledge of stupidity. So what that meant was dude was referring to that I was using sort of maybe pessimistic type of level of suggestion, and that it was stupid to forwardly suggest destructive or types of stuff. But I had already seen by that time that whatever Metallocele load or whatever had been recorded, whoever's stealing me. So at that point, I'm recognizing wrong happening. So at that point, it's not wrong, but it is true that I recognized wrong stuff happening. So at that stuff, dude wasn't necessarily labeling me a pessimistic, more that dude has recognized that I was vocally type suggesting wrong type of stuff happening. Okay, so that's evidence in God of Lies and Greed that was recorded at Greenwood Studio by Pay, a DAT tape in 1997. And so that is a tax paid at a pro tax studio type studio. So that is an official, literal release demo of sorts. It was paid tax, is what I'm saying. So since it was paid at tax level, it's a pro level eligibility type to a certain point. So, I mean, there's variances, or, you know, that's all I'm saying. Okay, so next is going to go to, we'll go to Perfect Circle in this video. Obviously, dudes don't necessarily own Perfect Circle as a term. Let's see if I'm able to find a lyrist. Because as I said, a lot of times, whoever are telling certain types of witnessers of information that whoever had. So you see there, it's talking about fallen angels, not necessarily Lucifer, but it is.
You're hovering. Wondering if you click buy.
Obsessed with labeling fallen angel as Luciferian. Angel is Luciferian. That riff at the beginning is... So you see where it's suggesting that difficult to not to feel disappointed or passed over. That's talking about me not getting my credit and different stuff. So right there, you know, on previous albums I've referred to as Van Versely Tool, and it's Dana Carey or whatever, as well as a reference to Dana Carey as far as Wayne's World or whatever, which is a relevance to Wayne's as to Star Wars relative Curtis Wayne Mayhew, as well as Norway, as well as Jerry Wayne Inyart. As you know, there's a lot of different Waynes following, as well as it's actually my middle name as well. So it says through you the obvious. So instead of THROUGH, there's a level of THREW. So THREW, so through. So you understand there's a word variation right there. So you're not sure whether or not it's THREW or double V or double V or THROUGH. So that would matter at the actual true record of, you know, what whoever said, but you don't, even if you put down a word written as one way, if it was said a different way, there would be a discrepancy, it'd be a verse deception, which you have to figure that out at actual record level to be complete legit. See, I recognize all that true realities. I research all that. I'm a detective, no matter what anybody says. I'm not criminal. There's a point where I witness certain stuff. There is a point where there's a certain number of issues that I sorted out. There is a point once you take a penalty or once you qualify not punishable anymore, you're no longer considered criminal. When you're criminal, which means that you're purposely repeating wrong, or you are delinquent to your level, or you're behind, or you're not current your level of court and penalty. So, you know, my goal, as always, is to stay and do what's proper, and in any case of necessity to pay a penalty, I pay a penalty, and try to do whether or not wrong. So. Okay, so through and flew would be variously, variously related to word and rhyme, but at the same time, not saying flew at a purist Arithers level. So you would only say, you know, well words or not to disease label flew. In your recollection down among a million sailors. Difficult not to feel a little bit disappointed, passed over when I look right through. See, so right there, look right, R-I-G-H-T, right ahead, through. Okay, so it's THRUGH that time, so it's irrelevant back to THREW. Okay, then it's talking about nakedness or whatever, and oblivious. That means whoever's naked but oblivious, so not aware of that you're being watched or being naked or something. So at that level, it's talking about potential satellite evidence levels potentially, or watching stuff where, say, if you're watching naked stuff online and whoever's not aware that you're watching whoever, so it's a sighting of watching various type of videos or stuff about people's naked, but not. So you see, there's a point there that oblivious or whatever, whoever's are not always permitted to look at whatever video type stuff. So if whoever's are naked, there's sort of blocks or something. Various. Or variously sleep could be a sleep reference. And it says, and don't see me. Okay, so somebody sleeping would be hidden to a certain point from whoever's own seeing self, or me being a reference, a first sort of perspective or whatever, or seeing somebody else using me as a reference to whoever's self, but yet you couldn't put me on a different reference of a different being of who are not killed, or whoever wouldn't own me at a level, so that's to not fraud. But that as well would be a variant reference to whoever watching somebody, or somebody watches, or whoever watching somebody else, or whoever being naked but oblivious, not seeing whoever's watching. And it said, but I threw you the obvious. Okay, so through, T-H-R-E-W, throw, to throw, or through, to pass through you the obvious of the is my name, the, and on that level where whoever used the on certain types of album references, it'd be cited as a reference to me, even though my name is Brian, I'm the, and it's not listed on all my identification records. Sometimes it has been listed at this point as the. So back then, though, it was various. So, there's differences, but whoever's already, we already recognize you're the, so it'd be a benefit of whoever having record to admit who I was, but, then so how could I or not punish whoever who had trespassed or watched me or whatever. And that's the idea of an angel or some sort of guardian or various different beings, sapien, who would be variously guardianshipial performance or whatever, and so, or cooperative or whatever, which should be completely okay. That'd be a mixed sort of family or friend group or whatever. And at that level, there's still boundaries, and where whoever sort of trespassing, whoever has, by the American or United States, United Nations level of regulations and laws, whoever have to sort of tell you certain stuff previous to doing it, and you got to get a warrant or to enter somebody's house or to get information, or whoever had not gotten a warrant, or whoever not delivered a subpoena either to, and you have to deliver a subpoena of some sort of point to get tap information, different stuff sometimes. So the obvious would be awareness of stuff happening. So basically by doing whoever's little video recordings or whatever, whoever's are giving information. So it's not always citing whoever as artists, that whoever is performing whatever direct information obtainance, but whoever are a potential second person or a various witness variation, and to be sure not to false represent if whoever's put whatever information on video as various performers. There's a potential, what if a victim, as I was a victim, what if I was somehow not smart enough to recognize that whoever performers weren't trespassing me as far as getting information. First of all, who were trying to tell me stuff, but not necessarily get in trouble or let any other different federal wrongdoers level employees or whatever who were doing wrong at that time or whatever. That's definitely been proven that whoever has a number of criminal convictions as various different employees. And at that level, I've already cited that I would not want to place any various bands or members guilty of espionage on grounds that whoever had basically said fair types of data or information. So, it's only fair to tell a victim, if somebody's a victim of a scam or something, to tell them what's been happening. Okay, so it might have taken time for whoever to figure out certain types of information, or though, however, if it gets to a point as far as industry or record companies or different things where whoever are purposely hiding it and sort of releasing it as some sort of, next issue or something, where whoever's are trying to, fanaticize or whatever at that level, whoever will be guilty of plagiarism or wrongful use. And that's where I think whoever has wrongful use to a certain point, but I think that there are specific boundaries where it's back and forth. So you really have to figure all that stuff out previous to, an actual 100% charge. And if, you might have to go back and do a little bit of recalculation or something. So
just to see if there's more behind eyes of a fallen angel, eyes of a tragedy.
Okay, so that's a Vater reference, F-A-T-R, but it's a split word. Vater is a various German word for father, various dad, or fat her, or one who impregnates she, or whatever. So faith is the masculine term or variation, so it's very, don't put Vater on, variously. But at the same time, at that level, as well as it said, to see if there was more behind the eyes of a fallen angel. So that's to see if you're really not guilty or what really happened. It's forensic sort of level. So it's a forensic or a science type of level. So now right here, and see, so that first riff that I wrote, that riff that was related to that riff back in, that's on this, on whatever what you call it, 3 Libras track or whatever, is I wrote that first riff back in 1998 on Station Street while I was in Leshnein. Okay, so I didn't show it to any of the different dudes while I played that. Another relative track that I had was the one which was variously similar to Morbid Angel, various referenced song 2 by whatever dudes are in there. We'll talk about that a little later. But that track, the recreation of that track, the one that's related to whatever Morbid Angel or whatever, is listed on SoundCloud and Reverb Nation as something of a Midnight Dream or whatever it is. So at that level, that's just my showing of the awareness of the difference between reality and dreams. I literally don't dream. Even in the point of where I recognize dream science is where, it's basically thinking where your thoughts are brought to a visual reality while you're asleep. And so basically your eyes sort of project outward information and, not necessarily project all, visual or light or anything, but it's more of it uses your optical nerves and everything to sort of, change what you would regularly receive or see information. It becomes to a point to where your synapses are showing on your eyeballs. So it's using your eyes sort of as a way a microphone is reverse as a speaker. So, that's a variant reality relational. I'm sure there's an exact higher thorough reality, but you see at that level.
I'm expecting a little bit of a tragedy. Here I am expecting just a little bit too much from the wounded, but
And see, so it's talking about I'm thee. So what it's saying to me as I'm thee, or various different thee in different perspectives, is expecting too much from the wounded. Okay, so that's military, various related, which where I'd first written that riff or whatever it goes with what was targeted by whatever track that I'm watching now. I use it later in Altered Shadow in 2001 when I started forming Altered Shadow with dude William J. Miller or whatever. It's Jaya Miller or whatever. William Joseph Miller. Okay, so obviously it's not Jay. But at the same time, I brought that riff and I recorded it on tapes and different things at different times. We had not fully developed whatever song into a complete, but it was. There was a number of different songs that were on tapes that were in the tape box at Tennessee where whoever stole them, and I had not stolen them. Okay, whoever can't throw my stuff away. Okay, period. I do not give whoever an allowance to throw my stuff away. Whoever there was a pre-moving from Tennessee back to Indiana. There was a vocal respect between me and Ashley Trotter that she was going to come back to me. We're going to rehook back up once I got a house in Indiana or whatever, Indianapolis. And so that meant that to keep my stuff, not throw it away and all that, whatever stuff, not trash it, not destroy it, whatever else. So she had a liability to destroy my stuff. Okay, so she couldn't destroy my stuff by law to be not criminal at that level. Plus, at that level, eBay, I had sold a comic book that she's grandma or whatever owned. It was in the house we were in or whatever, and she had sort of authorized me or told me to sell it or whatever. I was selling it on eBay. Dude sent me a pay to the order. I was going to send the comic book. I told Ashley to send it. I left Tennessee. She didn't send it, or whether she sent it, I'm not sure. But later on, when I was back at Cynthia Road on Eric Moore's trailer on the corner there, I had called eBay or whatever. There was some sort of a $14 fee that I owed. That was a reference, I think, to that comic book or whatever. And so, but the reality is, I would technically, since it's she's or she's grandma's comic book. Okay, so it's she or grandma owns. I don't own comic book at there. I was sort of authorized to sell it, however. So I'm selling it for whoever. So at that level, technically, the liability or responsibility go to she. Since I told she to send the comic book, I left whatever pay to the order paperwork at Tennessee with the she or whatever. And so that level, it's back to her. Verbal, that level, I'm no longer liable or viable as a target in whatever case. Okay, so at that level, I still think potential that she hadn't cashed maybe. So, so at that level, it didn't even get cashed. Or if it didn't get sent, I apologize. But still, at least it didn't get cashed or whatever has to happen at that point to pay back, dude, or reverse stuff. If there's any fees, any of that probably go to the reality is it's my account. at that level, but it's sort of a co-sale. What a type shop type idea. So whatever is legit at liability, as far I would accept. I wouldn't want to deny. I just would have to see more information or data. So now you see that I as well had recognized the value of satellitical presence and did not criminalize satellitical presence. In other words, I was completely 100% pro-advocacy of satellite as a technology, yet only used in proper ways or that would respect social group order of information or data limitation as far as passing, which means don't gossip about stuff that's not yours to gossip about. And people are limited by law. Okay, so when you law is mine. Okay, but law has boundaries that are applied to everybody. Okay, no matter whether whoever's or Celt or not. Okay, so at that level, I just want to see where it says talking about to see what's behind. So right there, it's saying that a par or rape at live is no thing. So it means a living criminal rapist opposes thing, which is the Viking Law Council. So there's an order reality there. So when it's talking about behind thee or whatever, it's talking about, the satellite has the ability to look behind you as you have been a victim, to protect you or to see what had happened or something when maybe you hadn't seen. And that's where my picture where it says satellite and it's written backwards, that's on purpose for those who ain't figured that out or whatever. So it's talking about seeing behind you and seeing the past and all that type of stuff. That's what whoever would call it's not abusive. It's permitted. Okay, so where whoever tries to label everything abusive or some point, it all matters how you use something. It's not abusive at all. But now, plus it's telling you that, forwards and backwards words, that it teaches that it's registered as permitted. And as well that that the satellite, as far as words and all that, is forwards and backwards. It watches you can see what's present and you can see what's what's past or whatever. So it's benefits. And that's why I said a lot of other people who I previously met ain't got even half a clue what's really happening. Okay, so that's why I made sort of Facebook stuff and started listing stuff as as information on Facebooks or whatever, trying to sort of tell people what was happening. But at the same time, I didn't add a lot of friends. I'm sort of letting people build it up over time. FBI, I told whoever first, so that whoever could start watching various different people previous. You're going to see a pre-opinion based on whether whoever had gotten information, and then you're going to see, and as well as various different gossip potentials of false information and what the evidence actually is based on satellite reality that I report after a year. You're going to see the differences, the discrepancies, and the various sames. So there you're able to pinpoint who's being true based on actual reality information. You can give whoever true information to exonerate or to adjust certain types of situations. And in cases that whoever are purposefully lying or falsifying, and there's a difference between lying as far as to lay and to deceive. I'm not deceiving while I lay, because I already told you I'm my straight and I'm my true. And right there, you cannot confuse somebody who lay and be honest with somebody who's deceiving while laying or something. And to where whoever called me a liar or something, I directly counter accuse whoever. Now, there is a point where whoever didn't get information, I didn't tell whoever opposite. And later on, I recognized how crucial it was that I should have told whoever that whoever would have even shown me more a higher respect or social value. And where whoever didn't get all information, basically, whoever built up a certain amount of unfair or not fair level of rejection. And it caused, and that's why I said it caused whoever to lose to a certain point. And at that level, we're trying to sort of backtrack and catch whoever and tell whoever. So it's both a campaign to punish whoever's wrong, as well as to give whoever true information and cause whoever to basically get a lesser amount of penalty, and it causes whoever to be truer, of which where whoever will respect that in certain levels, so whoever will get benefit from truth. Okay, so that being said, God damn it, rotate. Okay, so that's I'm going to show a few more pieces of evidence that go along with that 3 Libra track or whatever. So I'm going to show some addresses. Okay, so at that time, 3 Libras or whatever. Let's go to Wikipedia first, even though I'm at an hour in my video length. I'm trying to, so we're going to look at 3 Libra or whatever. I mean, obviously, whoever don't own 3 Libra, but and additionally, dude Maynard or whatever is not dude's real name. See, liability defines as somebody being wrong, and if somebody writes wrong, they're not liable of writing wrong. It's not wrong to write wrong. Okay, so if I write a different word different myself, or what, it's not a liability. Just especially if it's a mistake or something. There's a difference between a criminal mistake and a non-criminal mistake. So basically, where whoever's a criminal, where whoever's trying to false accusate, whoever's are destroyable by law, biologically. So learn to shut your mouth. Period. Don't shut my mouth or anybody else's mouth. Shut your mouth. Hammer destroyed small. And see, so right there you can see, as this is a newer reference, as well as there's Pucifer, which is a Lucifer variation, as well as a trespasser on blonde wives of the god, or various gods' wives. Ashes divide. Keep telling myself it's all right, as if some sort of something I rug it. Eat the elephant, which is a reference to eating various creatures that are not regularly eatable, or variously, it's not necessarily cannibalism, because elephants and various sapiens are not same species. So you see years active is 1999, and it was Tool previous to variously Tool previous, and 2004. So that's a reference to the 1101 North Larch, various years to 2010 to present. So it's using specific types of terms. Okay, so there's Keenan, which obviously have a half siblings. Kenny or whatever dude raped me when I was, or molested me when dude was when I was younger, when I was a 2-year-old boy. So at that level, I completely admit all that type of stuff. I'm not a fag. I actually stopped dude from doing it. Dude caught me when I was asleep. Dude was raping me. I stopped dude from doing it. Dude did a number of days for about 3 or 4 days. I was only 2 years old. I started to recognize I really don't want dude trying to touch me or whatever. So I told my mom, and basically my mommy is my mom's child or whatever. Dude was 15. I was 2 or 14 or 2. Dude was something. That's 14 and it's 42. But anyway, and you see there's Junkins, which is going to be a reference to Junker. IHA, which would be Indy Housing Administration. So you see whoever's are latching on to terminologies and different things. I do not let whoever latch on the terminologies. Okay, so there's a different point of whoever's not violent, not wrong. You catch whoever, you rescue, or you restrain whoever let you restrain. So Howard Dells and Billy, that's a variance potential reference. But at the same time, you have to understand that whoever was previously born, that whoever might, there's a difference where whoever might be using a name that are, even though it's fraud or what, it's not whoever's wrong. Whoever's are not necessarily 100% basing it off from what's happening to me or something. So it's just a relevance based on whoever's whatever pseudo term that whoever's are using. But see, all that I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so there's Geordie, there's Jordison variations. So I'm cautious. And as well, IHA is not necessarily dominantly Indianapolis housing. So, but I'm just saying there are references based on California or other international traveler type citizens who develop sort of pseudo use of names based on different region information. So where Indy had a higher level of prohibition or whatever, whoever might be was trying to take stuff over, which is it shows where dude from Friday or whatever, dudes moved to Indy and buying houses and fixing them up and all that type of stuff after pot's starting to flip or starting to get sold or whatever. See, all that's real. Okay, so I recognize whether whoever electeds recognize it or not, I'm not sure. But the reality is most whoever electeds that I've seen or whoever's are listed as elective, whoever's are not 100% legit. So, I mean, there's a lot of differences I read there that I don't understand too. So I wouldn't 100% criminalize whoever's existence or whatever. But at the same time, it really matters to do what's correct and to order too. So you got to try. So you got to be careful to put people who are actually capable and are trying to do what job should get done. So any other place where it's filled by some or occupied or whatever else by somebody, it's employed by somebody who's not going to do what whoever should do, whoever's got to be removed from employment. You're not going to remove from me. So I said I don't even need a job. I just do the job. Okay, so now we'll go look at 3 Libras. So you see it's listed in 2000. I had written a riff back in 1998 at Station Street where I lived. So it's 335. 3 is a writ. All right. So 2000 was Y2K region, as well as pre-2011. Do yourselves a favor and peacefully recognize why it's beneficial to everybody that people don't guess. As I said, life ain't a game show. Life is based on facets and liabilities. Okay, so you see all that. There's various different references. Obviously, there's a lot of symmetry happening in there, which is a reference to my book, The Kubla Khanis or whatever, which was when I got picked up next to the train tracks over by New York or whatever it was, street in Indianapolis, Indiana in 2000, 99, 2000, whatever it was, after leaving Newton Street, which is near where the new detention center is. That's why it's around there, because there's sort of something happening in that region, and that building is temporary. And so whoever trying to figure stuff out, I'm trying to help whoever figure out. In any case, it would basically stop people from doing what's wrong, because as I said, in cases that whoever gets false information, if whoever go around trying to fight somebody or something, basically whoever makes a mistake and fights people who shouldn't fight, so at that level you got to be really smart enough not to attack people and just figure out what's really happening. In a case where I've been variously silent for a long time, it caused a certain amount of difficulty. At the same time, I was just regularly living. You could have basically talked to me and I would have told you certain stuff. I would not have deceived you or whatever. So yeah, at that level, I'm not going to take guilt per se. I would, however, recognize that, it really would have helped you maybe in certain cases. But, and that at that level, all I could sort of offer is a fair, non-criminally, non-guilty sort of level of apology. I had a lot of stuff happening, so that's why he said, everybody had a lot of stuff happening to a certain point. I don't minimize anybody else's loss or struggle or anything. I don't stick people with struggle as a term in cases where it don't matter how good or bad it was, but the reality is, when stuff's bad, it's struggle. It causes a struggle. I've definitely been afflicted or whatever, It's not afflicted. It's not getting licked. It's experiencing difficult or bad situations. So right here, I'm going to look at Indianapolis. Indianapolis, Indiana. So actually, I'm going to go to Fishers, Indiana first. Okay, so I'm going to show so you see there's, it says Ruoff Music Center now instead of Deer Creek or Verizon, and you off. It is a definite you off. It's not a question. It's a straight, a sure answer. And now you off was a term or one of the names that I used in my list, so that's where it's relevant to that level too. Okay, so all that stuff and whatever stuff, I'm just sort of wherever I am in paperwork or contemplation. I don't want fraud charge. I don't accept fraud charges or wrongful type stuff. I'm not getting into whoever's business, whoever's had done wrong. Okay, so I see that even though whoever's used satellite, that if I were to accept whatever media type stuff, whoever's used a word suggestion as if somebody else who owns it ain't even got any control over it. Whoever is forgery. So right there, I don't let whoever use whatever terminology and get away with that. So every company that's in conglomerate, that's chain connecting or whatever, it's all guilty to a certain variant level. Okay, so now what I'm going to show, and it's not RU off Music Center as whoever say it is, but it's it is. My name are you off. So okay, so that's why I said every member, every band who stole from me, I do not look at whoever's crime or benefit that whoever benefited whoever self. I didn't benefit. Whoever has stolen from me, whoever are not my friends, there is an enemy ship, there is an opposition, an adversary ship. I'm Satan, fits right in line. So that's why I said, I don't accept whoever's little false fame or whatever. That's why whoever's getting to eat elephant and shit, and whoever's is wrong. So whoever already understands it, whoever's are losing, and whoever's are going to penitentiary, and that's why I said the best that I could offer whoever was send whoever to penitentiary or or whatever. whatever fair amount of penalties whoever earned, whoever should get, no matter what money whoever made. That money or whatever doesn't mean any benefit. Doesn't earn them any type of benefit. Okay, so there's Cynthia Ann Road, and that's at 136. So I'm gonna travel south. Okay, so here's Luxhaven where I used to live. Okay, and this is where I talked about the house. It was on fire or whatever, and there's the bridge where dudes had set the whatever fishing line with a what do you call it, a socket, a tool socket. Okay, so you see right here's Florida Road, and there's a bridge right there. Okay, so if you go down right here, man, I wish I had let me turn the dot on developers. I still say that tax money shouldn't pay for police. Instead, it should be a split level that's used to, maybe to punish whoever's wrong, whoever specifically based on whoever's case or something. That way, whoever's money works directly oppositional to whatever wrong whoever had. That way, whoever can say that whoever paid to destroy whoever suffered, whoever earned destruction. That way, whoever can't say, "Oh, well, the fire company and the police is I pay them. It's my money as an artist who, sort of gives whoever allowance to be." That way, whoever don't develop sort of a wrongful fanaticism, cooperation, or something. That's why I said I'm literally not corrupt. How I build suggestion of ideas, whether it's the way that I say it is or not, varies, but it should always be how I say it is. But there's also a point where I don't falsify the difference between how it is in a real life, external, out of my real life, body or witness, to a certain point that I've seen, so I'm able to tell. So I'm not schizophrenic and I'm not criminal. And that is on video reference. And all respects, I don't want muffled show taps. So now you can see there's a tap. Okay, so, god damn it, man, what in the fucking literal fucking hell? Okay, so you see there's the Fisher Fire Company that I talked about, where the walkie-talkie came from. The dude, Jerry Wayne Inyard or whatever, was a volunteer with a different number of fire stations or whatever, and one of them was Fisher's Fire. So I'm not sure which one that walkie-talkie came from, but Fisher's Fire was one of them. So that's the one right there on Cumberland Road, as well as when you get down here to a little further down. Wait a minute, it's Brook School Road, which is the one that the other one's on, so maybe that's a different fire station. Let me figure this out right quick. 116th Street, Okay, so let's go to, okay, see, there's the library and where the police station used to be. There's an amphitheater, I guess not, a nickel plate districts. Okay, so here's, I guess that's the, is that the, where's the railroad track? Okay, there's Target. Crumble. Okay, so there's Sunbless. That's where Ashley Trotter was staying when I met she back in 2005. Okay, so right around there, that's going to be Hague Road or whatever. So there's Hague. Trying to remember the layout, how it used to be back then and how it is now. There's the library, which used to be right next to Station Street. See, it's different now. Okay, so there's Station Street. I mean, he ain't Ples Johnson. The term he is not referred to Ples Johnson. So I said I'm not giving any other variant, whoever's any allowance to use he. Dude's not a female too. It's not difficult. When whoever's trying to fraud and form different words together, I destroy whoever. I literally prosecute frauds, period. Till fatal end. I do not care. Okay, so it used to be, I'm getting lost in Maple, and let's see, 116th. I'm trying to remember. Would have been turned off from the railroad tracks by the railroad tracks. Wherever the damn railroad tracks are. That's what I said. I mean, I recognize they're there. It's just I'm getting lost somewhere. Nickel Plate Trail would be right by the nickel, where the nickel plate used to be. Where's the damn train station? It used to be there someplace. Is the Nickel Plate Trail what used to be the railroad track or something, maybe? Let's see. Let me try to get to Allisonville Road and work backwards. Okay, there's Allisonville Road. Okay, so would have been Marsh, been Pizza Hut. Where I worked at Marsh and Pizza Hut and Kroger. It was across the street from Marsh. It's Fisher Station, so you see the Marsh is gone. So I'm able to see that. So across the street would have been, obviously there was a McDonald's and there's a Hardee's. There's a Kroger. And now Pizza Hut's gone. So Wetzel, that's a relation to Jason. That's different. That's Wetzel. That's different. Jason, so not. And I had done that job with dude Eric. Right here in this area, I had done some carpentry refurbishing work, and there's a various number of what they call condominiums. This dude was on 91st and College. This dude Eric, trying to remember what dude. Oh my God, I'll have to remember that later. Okay, so we're going down 116th Street plus Marilyn Kelly, and Marilyn Kelly's mom was a Midtown counselor who was having difficulties too. So basically, at the same time, that shows there's a satellite and mental health clinic type relation where I met Marilyn on a satellite dating line, and it sort of hooked me up with her. So it's whoever's arranging stuff. You see what I'm saying? I don't accept whoever to arrange me as some sort of puppy dog or something. Okay, I prefer it sort of more of my own self and randomness. And where that's why I said I understand there's a difference between, I call somebody specifically on a phone and somebody else hooking me up based on a different various choice instead of a random algorithm. So it might vary though. However, I might have picked her on, no thanks, because I'm not clearing it. That's what I said. So when I say a variant type of situation, you're not going to clear any type of other stuff. When you ever say that thanks, that means you are benefiting. You're trying to benefit from whatever I've said. I will literally destroy you. I'm not fucking around. So as I said, if it seems to benefit you some type of shit and it's wrong or false, I'm not clearing it as true. Okay, so I'm calling it potentially false. Okay, so there's certain points where it's true or false. I'm not sure yet. So I said, I understand Cisco and all you other satellite companies, I have criminal employees, period. I'm not criminal, even to use whatever device. So there might be a certain amount of benefits or whatever. There's still a bunch more wrongs. And your wrongs basically destroy all whatever business allowance and whatever stuff that's variously intellectual passed down through whatever is still rebuildable in different companies. Because so all your whoever stuff is gone to a certain point by law. It's done. It's dead. It's destroyed. It's just not destroyed yet. As far as body or physical device. So all I'm doing is basically putting together the case of who's wrong, who's correct, and pulling the switch. Or helping pull the switch. Period. So you're not going to criminalize me by looking at whatever device as evidence. Okay, you're not going to label me as a patronized or whatever stuff. Only stuff that I patronize is my own business, my own foundation or whatever, my own art, my own media, period. I respect any other different beings who's not criminal. If all whatever, I mean as highest amount of ratio as possible, period. And I'm that good. And if I made a mistake previously, I'm not still at what level of whoever the type of person to make whatever mistake, period, at a repeated level. Okay, so there's a railroad track. You see right there next to Nickel Plate Trail. Okay, so right here is where we're, to get to Station Street, and you see where whoever we're trying to hook me up with a place over on Station Street on 38th Street. And that's so you see there's a relative to terminology. So Nickel Plate, you're going to turn right off 113th Street, and you go back in this area over here. And see where it would get to the railroad track. I think there's a railroad track there. Trying to lower my voice because there's people, as a result, there's people sleeping. See, no, that's not a railroad track. That's That's telephone wires. So I'm trying to find that damn railroad track wherever it's at. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's been removed or... It's Lantern Road. So that's why I said I'm confused since it's all been changed since I was around there. So confused. So definitely Station Street. I remember on the corner there was an open lot. And there used to be a silo. So it looks as if there's been some stuff built, obviously. There's been new stuff built. Okay, so it would have been by the library, by the police station. So I'm going to try to refine the library. Okay, there's the library. Okay, so the police station, however... I'm not sure if that police station has moved. And at that library is where I saw Barry Trotter after I met Ashley Trotter. You see Barry Trotter, and it was based on Harry Potter. So it means whoever had linked to me at that level. And I just went to the library with Ashley and randomly went to a spot and pulled out Barry Trotter. Just basically coincidence is completely coincidence. And it is reality that Harry Potter or whatever... movie or whatever that the lady, whatever J, whatever K, Jaya, whatever K Rowland or whatever it was, had based whoever's information or story based on my Kubla Khan's book story, which is where Voldemort or whatever and whoever steals dude's book. Okay, so that was very related to me, and that's Voldemort is Dia de Mortea is Vol. I had one of my name in my list of my book or whatever was love or evil or whatever, and that's Vol, and De Mortea was the name of my book, was Kubla Khan's Dia de Mortea. So that's where whoever had been watching me from satellite or whatever, and as whoever's stealing my stuff, whoever's are stealing my stuff. Okay, so there's 100% reality that whoever's are stealing or collecting or destroying my stuff. So whoever's has committed burglary, robbery, basically, schizophrenic doesn't know anybody. Yeah, and you don't get to steal somebody's stuff and say that whoever doesn't know it. Period. I told whoever to bring my stuff to me. So that right there says, no, don't take my stuff away from me somewhere else. Okay, so as I said, where I recognize a lot of you are criminal, it's just a matter of time till I destroy everybody's wrong, period. So I said, as you ever build what's wrong, expect that it's basically level whatever's wrong with the nuclear bomb potential. It is that way, period. So if you ever are stupid and don't understand that a bunch of frauds can't build a bunch of stolen stuff, if you ever have not yet the grasp that what it means to eat a nuclear bomb in the United States. Okay, so people who are doing wrong to anybody else recognize that people are not failing to understand that it's real. And whoever are not letting you do what's wrong by law. You see what I'm saying? So if whoever's are wrong too, whoever's might let you get away with wrong a little bit more. But then the peoples who are not wrong, or maybe police and all that, are not letting you, whoever's wrong, do what's wrong. Or whoever's are building and whoever's are behind, if whoever's police behind, meaning not caught up to date. That's as a result of whoever's being criminal and quicker than whoever's are police. Okay, so at a business crime level, basically all that stuff, all wrong types of ventures are not permitted to build up. So it's all whoever's going to come through and destroy you. So I said right there, stop doing what's wrong. If you don't recognize you're doing what's wrong and you're still doing what's wrong, you're still doing what's wrong. Okay, so there's a limitation to that level. That's regular business, but that's limited. Okay, so it's not saving you if you're wrong. It's just saying that you basically can't do what's wrong if you plan to not decease or not go to a penitentiary. So right there, that's what happens when you get on license. Okay, so that's two different worlds right there. That's why I have a fairly easy world right now since I'm not on license. So that's why I understand not to get a license till I'm literally 100% correct in what I do in any type of potential business venture, which is not going to happen. That means there's a point where I still am eligible as for protection or whatever as a regular citizen and do my educational foundation and to be a nonprofit or something. So that's why I said I can still have my patents, my copyrights, and even build up to where I build my prototypes or whatever. And even as I get to that level right there, once I get to prototype building, have a sort of a museum of all my prototypes, and then that's all an educational foundation, a nonprofit or whatever. And I'd be paid for money that I get from lawsuits and different things. And after that, I would get to a level where I get a specific good enough attorney or whatever, and myself, whoever's doing, and to that level, get a business license where I might consider licensing different companies to sell or variously mixed proprietary device equipment. Other than that, I've been talking about getting a business license. I'm probably wait because there's just too much high amount of risk. It's obviously whoever's wrong. Every business I look at on whatever screen, every business is wrong. Period. Can't even function. You can't fix what's wrong. It's so wrong. Target's dead, Escape Room's dead, McDonald's is dead, Smoothie King's dead, Five Guys is dead, Brewing whatever's dead, Verdi Flavors is dead, blah blah blah's dead, Shell's dead. Every business is dead. Period. It sold what it shouldn't sell. It doesn't get a benefit of being behind time 25 years. It's already been 25 years. Enough. It's already, that's why I said if somebody steals something from somebody else, it's not necessary to wait 25 years to prosecute whoever. I already recognize that. So that classified level is highly limited and regulated. So if you ever falsify that, you ever killed yourselves. You ever are fucking stupid. That's what I told you ever, to be not stupid. I did not fail to properly iterate and reiterate that you have to be smart enough to recognize what the true reality of social, educational, law, and ethics are. So I'm not guilty of whatever dumb shit you ever's made mistakes. I do not feel guilty or bad. You whoever's made a mistake, you shouldn't have made a mistake. And at that level, it's you whoever's fault, not mine. Now, I'm not saying that it was ever my desire for you to make a mistake. So any type of compound sort of emotional difficulties you got, I'm not taking any of that. I'm not going whatever route. That's limited. You want to write a book or something about all that, I would read potentially maybe and listen to whoever's testimony and all that type of stuff. And I think that is a sort of a extenuating or mitigating circumstances or something maybe. But, at the same time, whoever's made mistakes, you're in business under license, every business is dead, period. It's wrong. It's done. You cannot recover or fix what's so bad. So I said, there's no way. The only way is that if whatever business didn't sell any type of stolen products whatsoever. So as I said, don't even worry about it. Just close whatever business and literally, burn down the book. It's not burn it down. It's just, count down the books, money and everything, and pay where it needs to go or whatever, and then start over somewhere. And if certain people are guilty, take her over to penitentiary or whatever, whatever penalty you ever should get. And then, I'm not going to penitentiary based on that. That's why I said I already see it. Okay, so on Lantern Road, right there, so I said I'm not disturbing anything. And I literally don't oppose myself. That's obvious Fifth Amendment. It's where you cannot place me as a suggestion of being against what I've done. Okay, so that's why I said, now when I look back at something, I made a mistake or someone should have made a different type of a choice. That matters to a limited level. That's just that present. That's different from past. Okay, so that's plenty that matters. So after whoever's made a mistake and whoever are able to sort of obtain a redemptionary sort of social respect or trust. But at the same time, it really matters how vindictive or how purposeful whoever was trying to cause wrong. And that's why I said whoever been deceiving or failing to admit my true choice of vote for a number of years now. whoever's raped me repetitively. I'm not fag. I wasn't a fag back then too. That's why I said there's all different types of shit wrong, that stuff that whoever's done to me. I wasn't wrong at all. Just little bitty stuff. Oh, I smoked a joint. I smoked some pot or something. That's why I said, yeah, you whoever's were serial killers and murderers. And that's why I said, you don't get to murder, buddy. I'm not murderer. I didn't kill anybody at all. So I said only people who would ever fell or lost at any competitional type social situation, whoever was all criminal and guilty. So in every case, I voted for what was correct, even if I had been a mistake. So even in my own cases of where I was mistaken, I would have said, yeah, I shouldn't have made a mistake. I was, guilty of whatever mistake. I should do whatever penalty I do it. I tell them. That's what I said. And whoever's regular citizens are criminal and corrupt and don't understand shit. Now there's other people who already get more information, figure it out over timelines. But that's not everybody. So that's not criminal and corrupt that make a mistake and admit that you made a mistake. Criminal and corrupt mean you make a mistake on purpose and you don't admit your mistake. There's literally definitions there. She don't understand it. And that's why I said, jeez, man, you fucking people are stupider than shit sometimes. Okay, so anyway, let's try to get back to... So I'm getting confused. Now, it is the direction that sort of would variously... See, I'm not seeing nickel plate anymore. See, there's 116. So, okay, so I see it. So there's the ice cream place. And no, I didn't get fucking Pledge Johnson a fucking handy, nigger bitch. Yeah, it's called deceiving. Just say deceiving. And anybody, I'm not deceiving, I'm my eyes, so I'm not going to give eye recognition to anybody else other than a different het, period. So even women or daughters, a het, she's got to look at het when she says I. Okay, and other than that, she says you really is what she should say. But then she ain't going to use I to refer to herself when she's true to the actual intellectual property reality. So that's all I'm saying. It's not my attempt to cause difficulty or whatever. I'm just going to be not wrong in order to enable myself. So at that level, I am trying to talk to people and sort things out so whoever don't deceive. I'm not trying to stick whoever in a corruption situation. I'm not corrupt at all. And it do too matter if I don't tell you true that you have difficulty figuring things out. And so where you recognize that there's a corruption, basically start to correct information with truth and education, then and a recognition that you as yourself want to do what's fair, what's fair. It means you're not going to stop what's fair, which means you're not corrupt. Anybody are not corrupt if we ever want to let what's fair. So what I recognize is that the potentiality that there's been, so the nickel plate was where 4-day brewing maybe or something. No, that's north. Let me see. See, man, I get lost in these fucking dumbass fucking map. Zooming out, fucking zooming in, getting lost, fucking dumb shit. So that would have been the railroad track right there is Nickel Plate Trail. So the Thai sushi house is where the Nickel Plate used to be, maybe. So going down here is going to be, the ice cream shop or something. There's the pancake. Man, I don't fucking know. I'm so fucking literally disgusted by these fucking dumbass fucking apps and shit. I mean, it's literally dumber than shit. It's not me who's problem. There's just been so many changes and fucking every business is wrong. It's fucking retarded. Whoever's putting wrong labels on shit doesn't make sense anymore. That's why I said stupid people build stupid stuff and it's not a thing. Things are smart. And I think that people in fissures are stupid. Purposefully and accidentally. And that's how it is. And whoever have dumbass sentential levels like endoser means in sodomy, and as a result we get care, which is okay. But at the same time, That level right there, don't put soda at the first place. It's not all people who are stupid. Certain ones. And yes, whoever get convicted of doing wrong to wrong people. So I'm trying to figure out where in the hell that lake was. That lake there? I just get so lost. The street name change? So, because there's still Station Street or whatever, but all I'm able to say is that there was a house behind the Nickel Plate Bar and Grill, which you see it says the Nickel Plate Trail, and Nickel Plate was a bar. Okay, sometimes they play music or whatever. It was off 116th Street between Lantern Road and Allisonville Road, or between Lantern and Hague, somewhere. Alicia Finley's mom and dad stayed on off of Hague and in one of the neighborhoods. And I moved in is where dude J.R. Gillespie or whatever, who lived down here. Dude's dad worked at Indianapolis Star News. My mom's spouse worked at Indianapolis Star News, so that's a connection. That's a media connection. You know, the secret families of Hamilton County. Whoever's a little corruptionary or secrets. Not. I mean, secrets are not necessarily a sign of corruption already. Always, but at the same time, if whoever's doing wrong and whoever's are openly, oh, it's secret, and that's where whoever's are trying to proclaim secrecy, so that's where it's obvious, stating the obvious. Okay, so I gotta find Shelbourne. That would be a reference to Michelle Shelbourne, maybe. I literally see that roads follow a story that's been happening to me, okay? That's why I said whoever doesn't understand that shit's real or some shit, it's literally real. It's how much fraud and wrong in history and all that's worked into real life that you ever suggested some sort of coincidence or some shit. Yeah, you're mistaken. When I tell you something, or whatever, and I'm suggesting an idea, you don't tell me no or nuh-uh if you speak the truth. I will bash your fucking brains out, bitch. You tell me, I'll bash that fucking bitch's brains out, and she'll see how fucking real the truth is. As I said, I'm not gonna kill myself after I fucking destroy a bitch. I'm definitely killing corrupt citizens and fishers in Carmel. I don't even give a fuck how blonde or how fucking pretty whoever looks. That fucking cunt is going to die by law. That is the literal official police future reality. I'm just saying it ahead of time. So I said, I don't mean murderer. It means take her fucking retarded ass to a penitentiary until she's dead. So I said, you ever love what's wrong, you ever perceive that you ever love what's wrong. It's really not love. But I mean, I can understand it's your family member or whatever. Everybody has that sort of thing, even me. There's members of my family, my mom and shit, made certain mistakes. Wasn't worst mistakes in the world, but it's still enough mistakes. Every little mistake counts worse than you even understand. If you're not very smart. People who are smart understand you don't get to make any type of mistake to not pay a certain amount of penalties. And every penalty hurts you. It's not some sort of, I'll get to pay it off for money. No, you got to pay it off and go to penitentiary or jail or whatever. Now, there's certain ones where, you don't go to jail or whatever. There's certain points where you ever should have gone to jail, but you ever didn't go to jail. So there's Sean Eller. There's an Eller Road reference. But I understand it's not always, I'm just saying it is variously connected. But, you don't want to connect stuff where you shouldn't connect stuff, though. So right now I'm looking for 106, I think it is, where it was, where's dude Gillespie's or whatever dude used to, mom and dad sort of had a place. So that's why I'm having difficulty following certain. I understand it's not difficult if you're already a machine that understood the fucking map. There'd be fucking 116th that would get to where the golf course is, buddy. Okay, so if Android's having difficulty, it's not really Android's voice, and I'm gonna fucking attack you if I catch up to you, motherfucker. I'll bash you over his fucking criminal ass, deceiver, false representator ass, and just cut brains out. I don't even care. And whoever's name ain't Android. Android ain't a fucking name. Android ain't a person. There ain't anybody who's a person who has a real name Android. DNA is a DNA reference, but at the same time, Android's is not a person's name. So I say, where whoever come from foreign fucking retard lands and shit want to try to turn every word into a name, I start to kill people. I don't care. So I said, you ever are not going to turn words that are meant to be words and not names and different shit into names. I already respected Facebook or whatever at that level. So I said, whoever said it's meant to be words. No, it's whoever's a little scam and fraud. We're trying to turn stuff that's literally used to be names that's been turned into words by different wrong users, and now it's being turned into where it can't be a name or something. Yeah, you're not gonna succeed. I'm gonna fucking destroy you. I don't care. As I said, whoever's got black hair are frauds. Period. But it's really not called black, especially if you're white guys who got black hair who are not Celt. Period. And I don't mean that you don't get separated based on being not species same. Okay, you get split by not being species same. Okay, so you got black hair and somebody else's name's black, but they're a different species, and a dude that will have similar color skin, it's two different species. Now, I don't attack you variously. You should understand when you use a word the wrong way or something where you should. Oh, it's black hair. No, it's not black hair. A lot of you understand that already. You already recognize that it's not called black on a literal level. And there's a certain number of whoever's I'm really trying to tell whoever, but whoever has to actually trust me. So if I tell whoever information, whoever can't suggest, and then whoever go around being stupid and criminally guilty of fraud. I don't care whether whoever recognizes or not. Whoever is fraud, period. You just collateral damage. I do not care. Now, if you can convince whoever, whatever way that you need to tell whoever the truth about information, you go right ahead and do whatever you need to tell. I wouldn't stop you. As I said, it's not a show up to school and shoot people type of campaign that I'm on. It is, however, court by court, that when I find whoever guilty, I am prosecuting whoever, period. You're not going to prosecute me for prosecuting. As I said, somebody who prosecutes somebody else, it's a plaintiff and the person who's not guilty who gets to prosecute. That means I press charges on whoever's wrong. So now in cases where whoever don't recognize that whoever can't keep stolen or wrong type stuff, and that, all the way down to police and use really matters, I mean, you might want to recognize all that previous to shit talking me, buddy. Because that's why I said I'm going to wipe you up later. As they said, oh, but whoever relies on Negroes from United Nations who don't understand reality or something. And so whoever botches the case somewhere, it slows down and causes it dumb. And we'll just walk right around those same guys who are not opposing us. Go to whoever's wrong. Let's see, there's the old fraud version of the Hensley lawyers. It says legal. Hensleys are not legal. Hensleys are legal. But the reality about that, if whoever had any actual family tie to me at that, it would be that that whoever are not claiming legal as whoever's specific terminology or what whoever do, it's more of a term that has some, in other words, a casework or something, and that if whoever's are gay or whatever, whoever catches, whoever uses a term there to draw both types of people in to sort out the situation. I don't do what whoever do. Okay, so I'm, if I'm a hetero guy, I'm punishing rapists or perverts, I'm not gonna put, lawyers, pervert lawyers, blah blah blah, in some sort of retard order. Okay, I'm not retarded. I understand when people put stuff together that people shouldn't put together. And whoever ain't got engineering degrees, whoever don't understand that, means whoever has a lower level of smarts, whoever's is dumb. Okay, whoever's is stupid. And then what number one of your definitive, whoever's regular response is to call me dumb. Okay, whoever's not having information, that means whoever's are stupid. Okay, whoever repeats a certain limited lower level of smartness, whoever is dumber than me. Okay, so where whoever's is dumber than me, I recognize there's a higher level of intelligence or something to a certain point. If whoever accepts or respects that there's a limited information, whoever are not necessarily dumb or stupid, but you want to be careful there because you don't want to raise yourself higher than what you really are at any one purpose time unless you get smarter. That way you don't embellish your own self. That way, basically a metaphor, if it was the reality of the intelligence shelf and underneath it was a helicopter spinning blade, and if you stand up too high, it's going to cut you up. And that's not me. That cutting up there is whoever being false, and that embellishment or something. So when you lie to yourself or whatever, it basically whoops your own ass. And that's how it happens in court. You become guilty. Whether whoever catch up to you and charge you at a level or not, based on information and data using the satellite system, is so viable. So I said it's the internet. It's able to track you. It's able to take a video of you and somebody else don't take it, whether you're in your house or not. If you're doing what's wrong, it immediately is allowed to take a picture at a certain point. It's limited, but it's permitted. So, whoever's been doing wrong, you're getting away. There is a point where you've been getting away if you're not seriously terribly wrong, but then there's another point where you still might have charges or something. It's going to take a little time to catch up to anybody. Anyway, as I said, with the map system at this point, I understand it's a little too complicated for me. Stuff's changed. I got to do more research, so I'm not going to put any more map because as a result, it's going to probably confuse situations a little more. But just between Fortville and Fishers, you see there's a real town. There are certain types of landmarks: 113th Street, Oleo Road, 113th Street, Florida Road, Martha Street. Behind Martha Street in an upper neighborhood, there was Lynn or Lynn Street, or there was Brenda Court, and there's Cynthia Ann Road or whatever on the corner of Cynthia Ann and 104th Street. Just sort of a rural area between Fishers and Fortville. There was a corner trailer park. That's where I first met Ashley Trotter, as well as I had restarted a relationship for a short time with Marsha Johnson or whatever. It's not a real name at all. So, and I said Marsha's uncle or whatever she said. I'm not sure anymore because people ever tell me all types of different stuff. I'm not sure where it's real, or whoever tells you a lie to whoever else. And so, a lie, and I'm trying to figure things out. I'm not a deceiver, meaning I'm trying to figure the truth out. And I talk to you about different information that's different than what's true. I permit you to admit two categories, true or false, And any idea that's false, it's not true. And any idea that's true, it's not false. And I don't confuse the two. So, and son, don't confuse the two. So I said it's two different words. Okay, so as I said, people who are smart ain't dumbasses on purpose. So, when you recognize there's a little bit of a mistake, recognize you made a mistake, there is a difference there. And then over time, however, you do what? You start to correct and you don't continue doing what's wrong. So let's move to Slipknot, Wait and Bleed at this point. As I said on the last video, we'll go to a lyrics video. It's bringing up Kroger, Amazon, Walmart, Target, none of the above, and it's in a different lingo right there.
I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wander out where you can't see, inside my shell I wait and bleed. I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of leaves. I wander out where you can't see, inside my shell I wait and bleed. Come on, a woman of my child, and I didn't put up this time. Everything is turning fast for me. My ears are running cold, the air is standing straight up. This is not the way I picture me. I can't control my shakes, and I can't hear something about this so very wrong. I have to love out loud. I wish I didn't like this. Is it a dream or a memory? I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of this. I wander out where you can see, inside the shadow I wait and bleed. Get out of my head, 'cause I don't need this. What did it? I trade this. But I'm a pixel man, where you're gonna die. I am sin by just breaking my mind up and taking your breath away. I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of me. I wander out where you can see, inside the shadow I wait and bleed. I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of me. I wander out where you can see, inside the shadow I wait and bleed. Goodbye. You haven't learned a thing, I haven't seen a thing. The blood was in my bones, the pain went down with fire. You haven't learned a thing, I haven't seen a thing. The sentence in my mouth, the pain was always free. I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of this. I wander out where you can see, inside the shadow I wait and bleed. I felt the air rise up in me, kneel down and clear the stone of this. I wander out where you can see, inside the shadow I wait and bleed. Otherwise for
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get the unlimited plus phone plan with extra perks like 6 months of YouTube Premium on us.
So what you can see there is, the reality is there's some people, and whoever hears sort of extreme or loud or screaming music, whoever suggested, whoever's are sort of bad or something, whoever's are not always bad. So I said, you got to understand, I don't avocationally accept 100% anybody who screams necessarily all the time, but it's not always bad. And people who are sort of quiet and calm and gentle or whatever, if you ever are wrong in certain cases about how you opinionize towards people who are loud, I still look at whether whoever's really wrong or not wrong. You see what I'm saying? So if somebody's correct and whether whoever's a victim or not, it really matters. Whoever should be calm in some cases, but that's just a regular. I still respect that calmness. I enjoy it, and I avocationally favor calmness as even at a name level. But there's a certain point where whoever's been victim, you can't expect somebody who's been a victim to always be silent, or it sort of muffles whoever's attempts, and whoever's already been sort of crushed or whatever, or smashed, or pressed, whoever's have wronged them. You see what I'm saying? It's broken whoever's regular emotion, and to sort of try to hush them at that level too much, you sort of, it varies. There's a lot of different things. Maybe you're not trying to destroy whoever, and whoever shouldn't perceive you as trying to destroy whoever if you're not trying to destroy whoever. At the same time, you sort of need to let whoever sort of emotionally or feel or re-expand whoever's self, and sometimes whoever screams sometimes. So at the same time, at a healthy level, of let's say expression, it's not always a sign of 100% wellness and extreme type stuff. But there is a point where you shouldn't criminalize whoever 100%, and then you get to various beings who are definitely wrong. So whoever's are literally terrorists or whatever, and are who'll do bad stuff. And then there's people who has been victims who turn into types of beings who basically destroy beings who are doing wrong stuff. And there are regulations to that level, so there's limitations. So I wouldn't advocate people who always destroy somebody who's been wrong. There's a limitation to that as well, though. If whoever's been wrong go around trying to, sort of stick somebody who's pro law or whatever, and whoever's heard something, say something angry, so now everyone wants to call you, oh, you always destroy everybody's wrong, as if there's some sort of indiscriminate level of destructive reaction to her. Whoever's are continuing to do what's wrong or to slander or whatever. So basically, whoever's criminal negligence and at that level. But there's a point right there. How many times are you going to build up trying to do what's wrong to me before somebody gets to literally contort you? You're wrong. And just literally shut up. But at that level, people shouldn't use violence as police. I wouldn't advocate police to ever commit homicide, criminal type homicide or murder. But there is that certain point where whoever's are wrong. And if somebody is trying to sort of benefit somebody else, or who's murdering somebody else or whatever, and whoever recognizes it, whoever's trying to murder or whatever, and whoever's is accessoryly guilty. So at that time, whoever should get a accessory level charge. And all true criminal violence resulting in fatality to anybody else who should not decease, that type of criminality violence should not happen by any allowance, and any serious levels of penalties, as well as equality of decession. So, but at the same time, it's sort of at a decessionary penalty suspended only on grounds of sort of remainder of natural existence ability in a penitentiary. Just so you can variously get information out of whoever, if you need whoever. That's all that it is. So, and the reality where whoever suggests that everything I thought he was saying was somehow completely wrong. No, that's not true. So you see, Wait and Bleed was about the poem that I wrote. It was Bleed. I wrote back in the early 90s. And whatever other, it's not Metallica. So you whoever's don't get to use Metallica reference 100% to refer to people who don't own Metallica. Okay, so even though it's a molecular level of metal in your blood or something, you're still going to want to split those words or whatever. So you're going to want to split metal from blood, but still recognize that by not using whatever words together, you don't commit fraud. But there's still reality that the ideas that suggested by metal in blood, that's true. Okay, so right there, you want to not split whatever ideas of true at a silent level of brain working. That's the best that I can explain it. So when you understand it that way, you are not fraud. And there's a lot of different topics of which you have to split words from different words. Don't split information as it's true based on silent level of witness. So you look out of your face and you see real world, and it ain't got any words on it if it's not anybody putting words. You see what I'm saying? It's birds flying in the sky, but those birds or whatever don't call themselves birds. Those whatever are not birds. Okay, so when people say whatever and point out it's a bird, whoever is trying to label whatever item, and by natural law, whoever cannot label it by a sort of a clunky, sort of half retarded level of lingo, yes, it sort of works. But at that same time, you have to recognize once you get to labeling whatever, you're basically taking over whatever being sort of self sort of control level of what you might ever get at an identification level, which you shouldn't take over whatever being's self if you're a properly respectful type sapien or species member. So that's how it goes to all different beings. And really, I always permit beings to just basically sort of clear an idea of any false term. So you are not stuck, or whoever are not stuck having any false terminology. But as you, whoever's used it or whatever, there's still a count. It still counts variously against you or for you or whatever variously, but it still counts what you've done or whoever's labeled. You used it. You see what I'm saying? That's the word assumes. So there's still viability in words. So words are not 100% void. It's just that you cannot combine them in a reckless or haphazard way. And people who do not have higher than high school educations or who have not studied literal linguistic science very, very, very adeptly or whatever, you whoever's are seriously susceptible to so high number of mistakes within a 1 minute period that basically if you were to count it in court, it would literally destroy you, period. You'd be going to penitentiary, and all your mistakes that you made cost different mistakes, or it's basically dissimilar. If Lake Placid crocodile. So basically by giving whatever crocodile too many cows, a stupid ass crocodile gets way too big and starts eating people. So basically by doing whatever's wrong, you feed whatever's wrong and you cause whatever's wrong throughout centuries to kill everybody who's right and a certain number of beings who's wrong. So at that level, all that whatever loss or whatever is whatever liability you have as a various being that you choose based on your favor and what you've done. So now right there, what you've done, if you sit down in one space and talk about words and stuff, it doesn't put you in a position to be guilty all the way at the time. You're not guilty of any sense use at a level to try to cause what's fair correct. Now, if you get to a level where you're trying to teach somebody a false or a wrong type of idea, that it's somehow not false or whatever, but in other words, a false suggestion of an idea that's false being true, you ever committed deception. If it's purposeful deception, you ever are definitely guilty of deception. It's criminal deception. Now, at another level of variance, if it's accidental or whatever, it's still deception. You see what I'm saying? It's still false information. Other whatever's true is true. So I said you can't blend them right there and try to basically trick somebody or fool or deceive them or whatever. People who already see the information are already well aware of what's true. So you ever try to deceive them, whether it's purposeful deception or false deception, you ever are not going to succeed trying to deceive people who are already smart enough to recognize it different, and you ain't smart enough. Okay, so you just can't turn, and the reality is stuff that's, let's say person A are literally truly not dead, but yet has been variously dying after a various number of injuries or blah, blah, blah for a number of years, but yet is still alive enough to call biologically not dead. Well, that person is truly not dead at this point, and 10 seconds later, dead. So that person, what would seem to be a potential false or true is switches from a various different true to a various different true. So that's why I said, that's why TRUE shows that a difference between letters. T is T, you know what I'm saying? So if it was repetitive, it'd just be R-U-E. See right there, TRUE. So it shows a difference. So that's what the truth is. It's same, but it's a recognition of difference. So there's a difference between night sky and day sky. True. There's a difference between water and dry. True. You see what I'm saying? So now whoever says that it's the same. Okay, so whoever's saying that water is water or water is wet. True. But the reality is there's a difference between water and wet. There's a difference. So right there, you have to recognize the difference. But if whoever's smart enough, whoever get depth to that linguistic level, whoever do. But if you told somebody that water's not wet, whoever would potentially call you a liar and whoever would be false. Because the reality is there'd be a deeper reality of that truth, that there is a difference proprietary level. So whoever invented water had a different word than wet to describe whatever sort of consistency or texture sort of level of water. See, now when you get to that level, it's not false at all. Then you recognize within linguistics, a common in Latinization is where you have to de-Latinize and re-Latinize it at a present level. You have to start putting together different types of groups, connections, and other words that go along contextually, realistically with different words instead of two different groups mixing them together. When you mix them together, that diversity or whatever, it's not good. It's bad. Okay, but now there is a point where you can say, well, okay, Group A and Group B have two different words that seem to go along with a similar subject. So water and wet. So water, whoever's talking about a substance, a fluid or whatever, so you get to fluid, and then you're getting to flu, and then various different words. But then when you get to talking about wet, it's different groups. So now when you want to put them together so that both groups get to use a word or something, maybe. Okay, so at that level, that's okay. But then when you get to another level where people don't recognize the deeper, higher realities of that, and whoever failed to credit both groups individually, whoever's failed. See, now it's not necessarily a failure until you get to a point to tell somebody who's telling you the truth about those two differences or various that whoever's are somehow not true. At that level, you commit fraud. The same way that if I toss a stone at a rock at a window and I say, well, A, was he aware that he should or shouldn't? That would matter to a certain point existentially and conditions or whatever, as far as guilt or not guilt. But at the same time, the reality is it's still been a broken window. So at a broken window, let's put words together. So then at that level where you say, well, you can't speak, yeah, you can. You just have to develop a re-Latinized accuracy, a higher accuracy type of linguistics, which has been done by certain levels of peoples, a certain number. It's a lower level of people than other people, and other peoples are behind. So at that level where other peoples are neglectful or whatever, whoever have not yet developed whatever stuff on different reasons, and you could exonerate various different people at certain level of savable type qualities. So at that level, it's not to kill whoever, but it is to recognize that whoever are variously mistaken. So at that level, when you give whoever actual information or data, whoever it clears, and it's based on information and evidence and all that, the same way the scientific method has been built to a similar way, but different order of words. Okay, that different order of words is crucial to understand the difference between time regions of history or whatever. Okay, when some people say history, it's all time everybody. No, it's his rot. So, and it's related why his are rotting or why his has been experiencing rotting. See what I'm saying? His store. Okay, store spelled backwards is rot, and that's not detached from what it really means. So when whoever put those two words or whatever in 3 or 4 different meanings together, it means something. People over time decease and rot. So it's telling you as included or whatever in whatever history or timeline, a number of events or situations, people died and are decaying somewhere or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So that's the combined reality of multiple use words, which is good, but it is only to a relative certain level, which when I mean certain, I mean a specific 50% of 100% at this point. Okay, so a certain limited type of legit reality. So if you get to putting words too much together, it's haphazard. It's like building a car that you shouldn't put certain tires on, but people don't see that it's whatever tires that you shouldn't use. So whoever lets you drive right by, and whoever's just committing a crime, whoever might not destroy a bunch of different stuff. All it is using a tire that you shouldn't use or something. So I'm saying, but it is using tires that you shouldn't use. Okay, so at that level, it's wrong. So now right there, they're saying, well, here's the reality, is that people who directly own letters, you have a limited allowance to object to however you use them. Okay, so different beings don't get to say that, well, since various unlabeled group or whatever doesn't get to use a letter, so then that guy doesn't get the letter. Oh, but whoever doesn't recognize that guy has the letter by law or by fairness, but whoever's trying to say that guy can't use the letter, whoever's a fraud, whoever's has stopped or is trying to suggest a seizure of an allowance to use a product or something that I own by choice and proof and DNA. So now in cases that whoever had a potential where, hey, Brian, don't use knives on the bare electrical wire. You can't use that letter, you see what I'm saying? So there is a point where that's not criminal at all. And it'd be correct to tell me if we're using regular sort of an idea of lingo to how to spell or how not to spell maybe. But now where there's certain points where whoever are wronger previous, where whoever's read a English book but you didn't read it all the way through, or you have a limited college education when you didn't get a number of others, so you didn't get from anthropology or in English, so you went to English in college but you didn't go to anthropology or something, so you don't understand the tribal various realities or other sort of ancient lingo realities. So basically right there you ever split, and then there's other people will have whoever perceives, since whoever went to college and whoever has an elevated or higher level of education to me, all on grounds that whoever bought a bunch of stolen information. Anyway, really it's arrangement and the level of time that's spent to teach whoever, which basically you should have just gone to a library and got all that stuff for free because it's free anyway, and that just means you're smart enough to teach yourself. Because when you get to a level of that order or arrangement, it's not crucially necessary by law to reproduce that crucial suggested arrangement, because really other arrangements are potentially highly efficient, which is what I develop and practice. But at the same time, there could be benefits in other different ways back and forth, so as to not argue, it's just to produce the necessary outcome or success, which is what true legit scientists have already arrived to, that with me and with other people, and they are FBI and variously CIA, various other different algorithms, no algorithms, anonymous, various different things. It's Ku Klux Klan, it's Black Pride, it's Black Power, it's all these different groups, everybody who are not wrong by any choice of being correct, fair, correct, or not wrong, and then not false stereotyped by any level of word terminology, all of which I'm not necessarily a member of any other variant group other than myself, other than species, and at level of religion. What religious terms I've listed are true to what I claim, and there's other various expanded realities that you would find mixed in different words that I used, but it splits from other different group members as a reality that denominations are real. Okay, so as far as somebody is an omnivore vegetarian, both are Christian potential, or Christian period. But at the same time, there's two different ideas of practice of kosher. So, it's Jewish, that's not Christian. No, actually, it's Christian, it's kosher. Okay, so there's nobody on this planet who is true, who has failed to admit that an idea that, Christian is kosher potential. And the true Jewish is a wedge term, which had to do with stonework, which is Masonic, invariably, and Egyptian, all that type of stuff. The original stonework is from the Celts with their Norse, who were down there when it was a big old, one big continent and stuff, where we all moved where it split. So we started moving north and different stuff from one different spot, splitting out. And I said, one of them figured it out. And that one right there is a direct bloodline for me. And that's where you get to Stonehenge, and you get right there. There's different groups who have similar recess or various different dominant type color samenesses. So if somebody had black hair, it's actually blonde and yellow, actually, veritably. But see, there is a point where certain words split. Then there's a point where when you get to one group, where there's certain multiple words that don't split, because it's the same group who owns all the letters. So right there, where whoever's are not sure of how to split or not, that's where you need to be sure how to split it previous to splitting it, and do not say one way or another as the same way. Do not criminalize yourself to fairly, educationally, scientifically styled figure out what's true. Now, at that same time, when you get to seeing something that two different ideas, you suggest that an idea is correlation, or it's relative or something. It's relative. There is far relation. Sometimes it's relative more. But now, if somebody means a certain different type of a relational, then you have a fair allowance to split one relation idea from a different type of a context reality. So, the ultimate goal here is that you're not going to contradict me if you're true, period. Because the reality is, we're not contradicting any type of true actuality in the first place, more than targeting a specific type of reality of where all those various different conditions, relations shall be witnessed in order to be properly understood what I'm saying. Now, where whoever has a different topic potential, I recognize that potentiality, and whoever are not wrong or not false in that allowance, if whoever trying to be not wrong. But now, we'll talk about that. So I do not contradict whoever attempts to talk. So, anyway, back to so-called Slipknot or Slipknot script not. Seen as being a victim of drug fraud or whatever. It's this sort of where I was building band names based on different band names who had talked about me or whatever. So Slipknot, I had a sort of a satire number of bands. So Metallica, there's Fraudtalica, not fraud though, you see what I'm saying? So it suggests how whoever's not really metal ownership, as well as I'm not a member of fraud, you see what I'm saying? But it is whatever program is talking about Fraudtalica, which talks about, it sort of exonerates who are not fraud in the first place, more than whoever's used a label to display, which means why I respected whoever. So, and I've done that to every verse being on any type of stuff, even if there was a certain point where whoever got to a point where whoever was trying to personify it there, I had to sort of, a peaceful, civil level, try to educationally advise whoever what the truth was, And at that level, I've done that over videos. It might be a little bit of rough edit or whatever, but if you go through the information, the data that I've said, you would see over time that's what I've said. Now, when you ever see different types of stuff, you ever get mixed up and confused or whatever, you hear me say something violent. Well, all that was me rewriting what somebody or whoever else said, calling me violent when I wasn't violent. So that's what I'm trying to say. You get mixed up, you got to be cautious. I understand how whoever's getting mixed up, which I mean, I recognize why it's happening. But at that level, that's the number one lesson in any case as a detective or something. You cannot act on hunches, so to speak. Okay, so when you get an idea that something's to do or whatever, you got to literally caution yourself not to do whatever it seems to do, but you just want to be both ahead of and behind times at the same time. You want to be accurately present, but it's difficult. So as far as snuff, you'll see snuff. It's not talking about me directly, okay? Because I wasn't even a fucking member in whatever fucking video. So they're not going to connect any type of shit to me at all other than where it do, okay? So whoever's doing it, whoever different names I said,
Auto, rideshare, or pedestrian injury? Call 312-6 Injury law made personal.
full truth. And if you ever suggest something false or a false reference, a connection, I'm going to sever a false connection, period. As I said, so now every false, depends on sort of an emotional level too. So how hard are you trying to, whoever's trying to suggest an idea false. Okay, so anyway, let's go back to the first riff. The first riff has a relation to Kurt Cobain and whatever, Nirvana, Underneath the Bridge, Papa Sprung the League, blah blah blah. It's off of Nevermind. It's called what's it called? So you see, there's that riff right there, and so and Nirvana. Something in the Way. No, it's not. No. Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's Something in the Way. I think it is. And see, whoever shouldn't show naked babies on the album cover, but that's whoever trying to be, it's not sexual, but it's showing too much, and that's just, but it's a real life thing, you see what I'm saying? But there's a point where you're not proved to say, don't show naked babies.
Underneath the bridge, toughest from the league, and animals are trapped.
See how the guitar riff is very similar. It's basically the same, with different accents. Yeah, my straight. So okay. So now we'll go to SoundCloud, and we'll hear one of my riff that I wrote in Tennessee, and it was as well at I think on Brenda Court. It might have started on Brenda Court, and it got moved to Tennessee. It was called Penumbra. Okay, so all this work that I'm doing is intellectual property work as far as sound royalty. So that's where it's viable detective case, and it has to do with the tax system, which means why I get a verifiable claim as far as to serving the publicity as somebody who's real. Okay, so whatever I do, it's doing it by choice. It has to be done by law anyway, and since it's relative to my case, I sort of have a duty to do it. So where whoever's trying to bring me to a level that has an absence of worth, whoever is seriously wrong. So I don't care whether whoever's accidentally wrong or whatever. It's whoever's negligent type shit. I'm trying to stay out of whoever's wrong way, and so whoever's are serving, whoever's doing other wrong type of shit, I will destroy a criminal negligent bitch. I don't care. As I said, she's stupid and shit and fucking sticks her tongue out some dumb shit way, and I cut her fucking neck off. Out the same way, let's try not to kill, whoever if possible, And you, whoever's right there, don't want to get too loose, speechy with me about killing me or something, because I assure you I ain't killing me at this point. So what we're going to look for now is Lavingi music. And as I said, I might have spelled it wrong. So what I usually do when I can't find Lavingi music, especially since there's variously differences between the runners of SoundCloud and different thing, is go to Jessica's Jessica's and it's Sharth, so it's Heart with an S, so SEARTH. Okay, so you see right there is Lavingi acoustic is what it is. So when I said Lavingi music, instead of going automatically, hey, that's similar to Lavingi acoustic or whatever. So it's cut me off at an algorithm. That's why I said it's fraud. Whoever's website is fraud. It's based on whoever's biased, based on who's running it or owning it or whatever, and based on various other different types of which whoever cannot do. What's wrong there? You cannot cut it off, even though it's variations. So even though you still couldn't take it off anyway, because it's already been permitted on that. It means you cannot discriminate me as a user. So what that means is you have to let function. Where if you don't let function, that is a lawsuit. So those younger ones have to learn all that, and that the older whoever's mistaken. So I mean, there is a way where it's not necessarily financially. Stupid and stupid. I said, you look on the song list, there's no player pause. Oh yeah, there is a player pause. There it is right there. Okay, so let's go to tracks.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn unlimited 2% cash
I'm
back on
not
what you
trying
want, like a surprise party.
completely strip SoundCloud or whatever of any type of employees of 100%.
Like a ride share. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit
be
Card.
or not be or whatever. I mean, obviously linguistics matter, but okay, so I'm just saying there's a certain point where there's difficulties, and some of whatever difficulties are wired in based on what whoever has done, and other points that it might vary. So I'm not stupid. And that guitar that you see there that I was playing, those lines, that guitar has been stolen from me. I bought that from an Indianapolis music store downtown. Right off with the big mural of dudes, saxophones, and there's Negro dudes or whatever. Okay, so on Lavingi acoustic or whatever, there's a number of different tracks. You see 543, there's Metallium. Those different tracks, one of them has Penumbra. It also has my recording of my riff that I wrote back in 1995 or whatever that various group stole, various Metallica. And it's been a long time since I played it at that point. So I'm sort of getting re-warmed up at the beginning of the recording. These are just demo recordings, not full-out songs. Okay, so anyway, you hear that I play the riff or whatever. Here's the number. So you see there's a relation. You see there's a point where it's the standard riff or whatever, and it's still uniquely varies with rhythm, but then my full riff, you're about to hear it start. It's more complex than Kurt Cobain's and various Slipknots. Here's where it starts. There's a few mistakes at the beginning, but to get back into it in a minute. But I had a full, awesome, well-developed demo in Tennessee and my computer hard drive got wiped by fraud. Whoever's used an EEG or whatever machine to hit my hard drive while I was passing by or something. Okay, so obviously you see that Lavengie or whatever is listed as it's L-I-V-E-N, which V-N's a fem variation. It's not me, so fem's not me. The masculine version is what refers to me. Lavengie is similar to a Hemdale type term, which is a male and a female joined group, so potential. So Lavengie allows for men or women to be in bands or whatever. So that's Lavengie or whatever. But you see G-U-Y is variously guy or variously. So now the specific singularity terminology or spelling is L-E-V-E-I-N-G-E-U-Y for me. So it's Lavengie, whatever music. So it's got Vin, which is finish, as well as vein, which is body of singularity. So V-E-I-N, it would be the 3, 4, 5, and 6, which be right there. 5 would actually be penta. So right there is the I is the penta, you see what I'm saying, which would be the hetero start. So all that is true to my understandings as far as linguistic realities. I'm definitely hetero guy. Yeah. So you see, this is I have a number of different accounts. Is Lavingia Acoustic or whatever, as well as 13 Palaces of the Earth and Sleep. And you see the is H-E and A-R, or sorry, E-A-R, sorry, A-R-T-H-E-N. So it says the heart, you see what I'm saying? And it's meant to be that. So 13 Palaces of the Heart, and then it's the Hensley, so it's H-E-N, and it's split though, so it's talking about the difference because where even though my last name are Hensley, so it's going to say the H-E-N-S-L-E, the Y's drop, but it's not dropped necessarily more than it's a variant use. So it says my last name, so it literally specifically lists whatever as my last name. You see what I'm saying? Though it's a variation. So it uses the reality and admits the reality that the last name that I have has a number of various different word relative uses as well. So 13 Palaces of the Earth and Sleep. So there's Fathoming the Fear of Falling, Coiling the Serpentine Wrath, Grind Center Street Dub, which is a different group that I run or whatever. And Grind Center Street Dub is a sort of an urban type, similar to hip hop. It's really not hip hop at all. It's an actual genre, specifically itself is Grind Center Street Dub. So instead of saying rap or hip hop or R&B, it's Grind Center Street Dub. And since it's Grind Center Street Dub, the genre's first sort of album or group or whatever, it's Grind Center Street Dub. Okay, so there's Gnomewood, this is a Gnomewood or whatever. Yeah. Spoken with a Forced Tongue or Forked Tongue. Sensing the Darkened Wand, Whirlwind Mirror Lobotomy. Escape from the Sun, A Sense of a Nighttime Dream is that song that I were talking about that was relative
The Wells Fargo
to
Active Cash Card. Earn unlimited
band Morbid Angel.
2% cash back on
It
what
is,
you want,
however,
like a
different
surprise party.
enough.
Who's getting the birthday boy?
Dave was supposed to get him. What?
You know, my previous Facebook accounts
like
back
a
in
ride share.
2016
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card.
through 2018, I'd already made references online about all these relations. Okay, so you see as well that I showed different bands who had tailed from what I had originally created. I as well would show later how I had variously tailed or variously related in certain cases too. So there's different cases of those, which I'm showing now. So as you've seen the Slipknot version, and as far as okay, so there's two different songs that we were talking about there. And previous was Penumbra and Midnight Dream or whatever it was, and there's two different cases. Okay, so we're gonna go back to Slipknot now and Snuff. Okay, so that first riff, however, it's related to both.
U-Track now comes with AI Assistant, powered by JetBrains AI.
I think that
it can help you generate comments and replies to participate in discussions.
That's not dude's real name, but at the same time, what dude is maybe potentially saying was how it already had that first riff already had a previous sort of band with Kurt Cobain or whatever, dude, and that's sort of a low-level retards sort of outlook at the same of it, because probably previous to Kurt Cobain there was probably a different device there or whatever, so there's a trail of reality. So it's not retarded to recognize it, it's just not any point to get stupid how you look at it, because the reality is it actually developed into a completely original, highly advanced reality there, which is a completely different reality. So right there's an actual complete riff in Snuff or whatever, of which I wrote in 2004 at 1101 However, it's not evil. It's stupid. Got into a negative idea. So what you perceive, it's not real.
So if you love me, let me go. Run away before I know. My heart is just too dark to care. I can't destroy what isn't there. Deliver me into my fate. If I'm alone, I cannot hate. I don't deserve to have you. Ooh, my smile was taken long ago. If I can change, I hope I never know. I still press your letters to my lips.
Okay, so we'll cause concerts
and cherish them in. I don't deserve to have you. Ooh, my smile was taken long ago. If I can change, I hope I never know. I still press your letters to my lips.
I'm literally destroying every member
and cherish them in parts of me to savor every kiss. I couldn't face a life without your light. But all of that was ripped apart when you refused to fight. So save your breath, I will not hear. I think I made it very clear. You couldn't hate enough to love. Is that supposed to be enough? I only wish you weren't my friend. Then I could hurt you in the end. I never claimed to be a saint. Ooh, my home was banished long ago. It took the town to fall to let you go. my soul. You never needed any help. You sold me out to save yourself, and I will listen to your shame. You ran away, you're all the same. Angels lie to keep control. Oh, my love was promised long ago. If you still care, don't ever let me know. If you still care, don't ever let me know.
So that riff was mine right there. So now I'm going to show you the Morbid Angel various version. That's why I said whoever's a little blonde.
I mean, how many times have you just mad discovered something double with first fans, the rest of that magic so that new fans will be able to discover your music. All you need to do is upload a track and we'll give it every chance fans to get played. So if you're not already on Mixpro, sign up today, get your first
people. You can't be nice to wrong people in a way of giving whoever shouldn't get. So, I mean, that's why I said it's not always a first, snap off and slash, but at the same time...
In this free workshop, I'm going to...
So it's people who are related to the Celts who try to do what's wrong, whoever's going to get penalties too. Like I said, they're obviously the same reality that you don't perform violence or murder to people. That is applicable to me, okay? But at the same time, I'm not criminal to stop a burglary or something. There's certain ways to do it. So I try that all the way as well as possible, and in case that whoever attempts a certain amount of repetitive loss or whatever, have a fair right, the castle doctrine, to basically destroy whoever's wrong, period. And so, I mean, that's why I said it's not what I enjoy to say. I'm not going to repeat it more than what I say it. It's a reality. So I said, first of all, don't wrong me in the first goddamn place if you're not criminal, period. And if you wrong me or whatever, don't come crying to me afterwards. So I'm trying to remember whether it's Blessed Are the Sick or Sisk or whatever. Let me look at a track list. So there's different blonde dudes, but blonde as a word would only apply to one group, or bloodline wise. But as far as color similarity, there's definitely more than one sapien type group. I mean, there's even various Negroes who have blonde hair or yellow hair or whatever. It's on Covenant or so I bought Formulas Faded of the Flesh. I bought Covenant. I bought Blessed Are the Sick. Blessed Are the Sisk, and I bought Altars. I might have bought Altars of Madness. Not sure. I mean, I think it might be Covenant that song's on. It's Covenant, or it's Blessed Are Sisk, or it's Altars of Madness. It's one of those three. And so you see, it shows old related band information from old Frautalica. So where, whoever might admit stealing my riff or using it's stealing, whoever's going to try to change it to using or something, it was a use, but it was wrong for the use. And since whoever's on a record label and whoever didn't go about getting my authorization at that first level, whoever has committed fraud. So that's why I said it's a variations of fraud. Though I really would respect that whoever would tell the truth or whatever. So that means if whoever told the truth, it's not as bad fraud as it is if whoever would continue to falsify. I'm not falsifying. Let's see. So let's look at a track list, discography. That's one of my favorite websites is Wikipedia. How thorough and it talks about a lot of different stuff. It's not discriminatory. At the same time, in some cases not discriminatory, but where whoever blocked me, I think whoever shouldn't block me, I'm not sure why whoever's blocked me, but so let's try Suvinant first and see if we can find a track list. Track listing. Okay, so it's not Suvinant. It's probably Blessed Are the Sisk, maybe. Let's try to see. Let's go back. Let's try Blessed Are the Sisk. Track listing. Is it I think it is Desolate Ways. So let's try Desolate Ways. See if it's Desolate Ways. It might be not Desolate Ways. I'm not sure. That's why I said
sometimes the only thing more difficult than running a business is finding the right words to market it. Lucky for you, our new AI content generator doesn't sweat words. Just tell it what you want to create, enter a few details.
So at the same time, it is, however, still picture.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get the unlimited plus phone plan with extra perks like 6 months of YouTube Premium on us.
So you see the album cover. Angel, and obviously only, one of the dudes in there is a Varys yellow-haired or whatever, Trey. But at the same time, I'm not sure if dude's a biological Celt or whether dude's a Varys recess variation. So you see, though, however, the riffs are variously similar yet different, and I've actually played them over one another before, and there is a variation enough difference. But at the same time, I admit that I had bought that album or bought whatever album, was listening to it and jamming along, and just sort of spun off of it or whatever. So, and I've not ever denied any variant relative sort of difference. It's still not directly same at all, so it's different. So people, in order to not fail to admit the literal vast sort of reality of there is variance differences, wouldn't fail to admit that it's not plagiarism or anything. It's more just say if two people were in a band, they one creates a riff or whatever, and a different one listens and plays along. It's something that goes along with whatever, yet it's variously unique. And then from there, I alter it even more. Then that's just whatever my own. So with that conclusion, there are a bunch of different bands who have still stole stuff. And I've definitely not stolen stuff, no matter what whoever said. And yeah, listening, there's a point of level, but after whoever's stolen, it's limited there. So not giving whoever credit as far as an allowance to sell or value, it's basically a back and forth a little bit, but it's really limited, seriously, since whoever was mixing in stolen information. There's different bands, it's different. So, and here Alan Hensley, you see, you go to there, I have a So anyway, okay, so we'll talk about Exit 13 when I was in high school at the talent show in high school. Okay, so talent show, I was a really big fan.
People of Earth, attention. People of Earth,
so we play this first song.
contemplating the good times past. So I enact a frazzled but calming mood, transpiring my brains across this now free land.
Your choice is simple. Join us and live in peace, or pursue your present course and face obliteration.
Okay, so that song was played. The other song was played. It was a Sepultura derivative. And obviously, reality that everyone knows Sepultura. Sepultura means variously grave. It's Brazilian, so it's variously Portuguese or French. And French should get to Normandy or Norman. Trying to remember what song, what it was.
Hey, if your partner is being secretive with their phone, you need to do this now. Many people are unaware this simple, yet powerful website exists. If you feel suspicious about a person in your life, you need to do this before it's too late. Just enter their phone number in this app and prepare to be surprised. More people need to know about this, so please listen.
Relative to the price of gold.
It's that lady on the album cover. I think that lady's maybe variously related to my mom. This is the one right here, the cockroaches, the classic CLC. And obviously, I recognize a photo on whatever Nail Bomb album or whatever. It's from an old WW2 Korea or era photo. Okay, so now this next spot I want to show you is the Zelda Link to the Past. Okay, so we're going to do the long playthrough.
Angels and skylines meet, and I'm straining to reach the light on the surface, light on the other side. I feel the pages turning, I see the candle burn down before my eyes, before my wild eyes. I feel you hold.
Golden Power is me. That's Brian Hensley White residing in Hidden Land is America. Okay? And so I was talking about people trying to, whoever's wrong, trying to kill me. As well as my half sibling. See, I got this when I bought this whatever, Zelda Into the Past and bought when I worked with Indianapolis Star News for canvassing, which is basically getting newspaper orders. And so I got enough orders to get a Nintendo. And I came with Zelda. So you see, it's got a blonde girl. She's in a detainee or inductee's position. It's abductees. Okay, so see, it starts off talking about a sleeping situation. And so that the reference of Unslee or uncle is showing a family level of respect from whoever had concern with me or something. So I recognize that whoever's purpose wasn't 100% wrong. Whoever was as well experimenting with technologies or different things, as well as whoever had heard information, as well as seen information, since it was a literal reality that I reported to my mom, now half sibling, there's Kenneth Smith or whatever, Schmidt, not Smith. See, dude has a sword, leaves the house, If you even look at dudes, it's rewind this way. Difficult to get right. So we'll just have to start here. Okay, so look at the dude here on this side. See with the dots flashing? That dude there. Okay, that's dude's uncle or auntie or something. It's really out cell, so 2 out, you know, so that's how it is. So if you look at dude's sort of facial sort of drawing, dude's walking down. So I even go that far to see what's the potential recess value of the representation. Okay, so as dude leaves the house, it's nighttime. Okay, there was an event when I went to my grandma's house, and my mom, we got a sort of spat with a big deal. It wasn't a snack or anything type issue, it was just a little bit of verbal things. And I was only probably about 4 or 5 years old. I was in my underwear, and I said, you know, if she wouldn't let me do whatever, something I wanted to do, whatever, do something. And so, I said, I'm gonna leave, or whatever. So I left. I go, she helped me pack the suitcase. You see, dude's giving the sword. Okay, so right there, let's rewind a little. So dude's sort of injured or whatever. I didn't want to. Hold on. It says I didn't want you involved in this. I told you not to leave the house. Okay, so it's actually not fair. Take my sword and shield and listen. You can force this power in the blade. On the B button, releasing using the secret technique and blah blah blah. You do it. Say the Princess Zelda is your it's about to talk. It's almost gonna say sister or something, blah blah blah. But at the same time, it dot. You see what I'm saying? So it's a reference. So it's talking about relativeness based on hair color at that point. Okay, so that's why I said it's referring to me. And Hensley see as SL. So if you expand it, it'd be SEL variation, and then that'd be Selda or Selsley, or then it to replace Z and S, which actually Z is versus and rotation sponge, but it'd be versus Zelda or whatever. Cell or Soul, or Zelda or Nelda, which is where my response to Zelda or whoever writer was using information from my story, which is definitely true that he ever abused it, is that I devised my own sort of variation of story, which is based on reality 2 variation that is going to be a little more specifically outward about reality. Okay, so that is called Nelda, and it's called The Link to the Last. So you see where this one, whatever it's called, Zelda, A Link to the Past. Mine is called Nelda, The Link to the Last. So it's about progression timeline. And so, as you see, as you get forward to the end of the level or whatever, you start to notice. Okay, so dude gets Zelda out of the jail cell or whatever, takes you through the fortress back to to the sanctuary or whatever. So I'm trying to not skip
ahead. How do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing? They're being put into bus.
It's called the Master Sword or something. It's a lumber black. Okay, so bringing Shet to sanctuary there. Dude lives with the priest or whatever. Leaves the sanctuary. Okay, so then there's these levels or whatever that you get to eventually. Or fortresses or whatever. In the Master Sword, getting the Lost Forest, getting the Lost Woods, getting the Master Sword. You find a mushroom. There's fake master swords or whatever. They're not fake. It's fake. It's not an authentic master sword. It's a different sword. Let's talk about you ever seen the story of the Covenant or the Grail, the Holy Grail. Some thieves' house or whatever. You see if you go back, dude in the character is yellow hair. It's the Thieves Guild or whatever. It's thieves. You know what I mean? It is actually honesty is the rule to that level. Yeah, buddy, it's honest, but see, not really. Yeah, that's how it is.
We're a tiny town.
It's called a hidden reality about words. Whoever's trying to hide whatever, since whoever's not hiding. Okay, because it's reality. So when you go stand in the corner and pee or whatever, it's not hidden, buddy. Yeah, don't hidden. It is really shown. That's what he said, you know. So really, I'm not trying to destroy people more. I'm trying to tell everyone the truth about stuff. Now, the TH is always honest. But the reality is, if you got different members, really of one species who are directed to be honest. You know what I'm saying it's the. So whoever is being the. So I'm saying whoever's a good guy, basically. So when whoever's bad or something, whoever's not doing what's good, whoever's doing wrong, you know. So that level, whoever not necessarily the. Whoever are, however, he. You know what I'm saying? So basically, you don't lose your gender after being bad. But you lose that TH or it's the body. It teaches you that the loss of the T is that's Jesus carrying the cross or whatever on different levels of recess or Kelp, where he's a lawyer, but he's basically a place of victimization and murder. You know, in other words, he's trying to be too nice, or he doesn't recognize what's real about true reality and evolution. And different groups are wrong. We've already been victim. Not victim, but more importantly, wrong. And so whoever come back and murder God. Okay, so that's the second. I'm looking for the first, where it's the yellow worm. Okay, so that's the palace right there. Man, it is just not very fucking good how to fucking fast forward on fucking YouTube's fucking retarded ass, man. The fucking hell. I mean, there's a lot of benefits and everything, but Jesus God, you could think you could fucking put a bar control fucking area or some shit. Trying to get to the fucking, the yellow worm, which is a Thorian reference. Okay, so that dude, that's...
The drone age has begun in the large-scale military online action game, Warfront. Experience completely new...
You just can't fucking win all the way, man. You can't win. You could win. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. There is a way that all various different sapiens could variously accord and not oppose. It's more than not opposing Satan Hensley by as if it's some kind of fucking egotistical fucking retard thing. It's a complete evolutionary respect. Say stupid, false shit quicker than I can even speak truth. I really wish you'd be silent so that she wouldn't be as guilty and be better. Okay, so it's this level. We see the little sort of worm type creatures that are sort of bouncing back and forth. Stupid mixed with fun equals funeral. stupid and stupid plus fun equals funeral. Show how whatever programmers and purposes was definitely the target Norse stories from old ancient Norse stories. That yellow worm is from a Norse story, Viking story, which is my granddad's. Dude, that's Thor, it's Link, it's a chain reference, it's a metallurgy, it's chains and links. Okay, so that's theology or relativeness of what we're talking about. So right there, if you go to talk about, we'll go to look at the story of look at Thor, Norse mythology. See, it's pulling it up automatically. That shows it's listening. That's okay. And then the yellow worm. Okay, so you see, Jormungandr is the worm that encircles the realm of Midgard in Norse mythology. Jormungandr is the feared monster that encircles the realm of Midgard. It is one of the three children of Loki and Angrboda. So what it's talking about there is using the word and gay right there. So it's Gaia is what are the Celts and the Norse. Okay, so right there when you use gay or whatever, it's sort of a wrong mixed up level of use, but it's the reality is it's sort of a finger on forehead, but yet detached. Variably, it's a metaphor. Okay, so, and it's talking about how it's a mixed up based on racial or special difference of linguistics. So there's different pictures. So we'll go look at pictures, and there's one where Thor or whatever is. Okay, so you see here's one where dude's on a raft, and it's a sea monster or something. You see what I'm saying? So it's in various actual story from what I've read. The Jormungandr is variously yellow, but obviously it's to correct the based on creationary aspects of terminology, it would be variously different colored. But at the same time, there's recess realities. So were you talking about taking back recess? That's not how it works, in variations. It's Norse. So how it works is that beings based on daddy is who determines. And that way you don't put recesses in position to usurp throne. So you see right there is an example of whatever story. It's Thor in a raft fighting whatever big sea monster. Generally it's variously depicted as yellow or variously. But that's a word variation, though. You see what I'm saying? So it's not yellow, but see how to use it. You use it the wrong way. So right there, machine learning shouldn't take it and turn it into a flawed, a wrong way. See, and that's what would lead to a loss, to my loss, and based on the wrong word, using words as color. But see, it just depends on how you look, how you use the context of yellow. When that's why I said, right there, you wouldn't want to put yellow, on whatever, but it'd just be a color sort of level, and that's to be not fraud. So that thick sort of actual full level of reality is true, so as not to violate or not to wrong various different groups' proprietary respects. So I recognize all that, So I said, so fraud in a way as an idea, fraud destroys all different groups. That's why when whoever shouldn't practice fraud on purpose. But that's why, even though whoever say it's an accident, it's still variously fraud, since it's not necessarily it's fraud, it's more that it's wrong, it's false, but yet it's not purposeful.
A CRM shouldn't weigh your budget down.
Brian and fraud,
it should lift your teams up.
And are not
a CRM.
So base, there's a lot of different places where they talk about Norse related type of stuff. One is up on Death Mountain or whatever. A lot of people are trying to place you, if you say orangutan, yeah, I'm not orangutan. See that little sort of elemental power that dude just did right to that's Odin with Antinos. And so the reality is that as you talk and it's a machine learning and it's connected to whatever program, it'll actually start doing what it is, which is fight whatever's wrong. Or variously. So what I'm trying to find right now is where it shows the ambulance or whatever. See right here is that. So whoever's already got ambulance at that point. So. I wish I could just say, hey, go to whatever mountain. So I actually went all the way through multiple times on let's use a different video. So
Hi everyone, this is GT, I am the Tide, coming back at you with The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past walkthrough, Part 6. When I last left off, we learned how to swim and all that other crap, and now we're going to go ahead and climb Death Mountain to get to the very last dungeon in the Light World. So pretty much you just lift up that rock, and you just follow the directions that I'm the fairest one of all. This actually prevents you from turning into like a bunny rabbit when you turn into the Dark World. So, if you want to talk right there on that exit, and then I think we reappear on that ledge right there. You talk to this guy, he's like a Triceratops, and he's really pissed off, so he kicks around this guy a little bit later. So I'm going to switch to the magic mirror. If you try to use it right now, it would kill this really nasty sound, like you got something wrong on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And then step into this puddle of water, because, you know, it takes you to Narnia. Or, definitely not Narnia. If you take a look at this world is really, really dark and kind of messed up. This is the Dark World, folks. If you take this way, this will get you to the Cane of... I think it's the Cane of Burna. It's the blue one. And basically it gives you invincibility. And if you talk to this guy, he's like a Triceratops, and he's really pissed off. So he kicks around this guy who turned into a ball. And basically the guy turned into a ball because he didn't know what he wanted to turn into. He can't ever make up his mind. So that sucks. But there's another piece of heart for all your trouble, and then this is the Tower of Hera, which is the final dungeon in the Light World. So we're going to go ahead and go in there. I did not time this, so I'm going to go ahead and just make the video really, really short. I'll go through the bottom floor. Extinct dinosaurs are attacking you in this area, and this is what you're going to need the key for. And the reason why I'm going through the bottom level of this dungeon first is because you end up in this room, and this room sucks. Because...
different perspectives of predatory... You can hear a dude using suck or whatever. I get so sort of annoyed at dudes who use this and whoever's not a true Celt and whoever uses this and other different Celt terms and whoever uses suck or any other type of stuff. I mean, it's really not very nice of whoever's a little sort of rude or whatever. But I mean, there's benefits. Whoever's showing me different stuff shows you how it turns into a rabbit or whatever. That's a metaphor. How people turn into sort of from maybe a predator who eats a bunny or rabbit to how being a prey item or whatever. So it's turned you as a human into a prey suggestion. Then you see the Triceratops being, which is you heard me use references to Triceratops and Tyrannosauruses, different perspectives as metaphors or whatever. So I recognize all that type of stuff that whoever's are talking about. And so it's talking about predatory activity happening to me between as well as different beings. So as well as between the different sapienal groups of Celts and various different. I mean, there's no term to. I mean, there's silence. You know what I'm saying? You can't label whoever. So right now, what I'm trying to look for is the Thanatanos. Thanatanos. I'm not sure what exactly what thing's called.
Or anything like
And see, my dad actually wanted me. I already recognize that. So when whoever says, I didn't want you involved or whatever, what whoever's trying to say is that, it's sort of a trick way of whoever's saying that my dad didn't want me or I didn't want myself or you ain't you or some shit, So, I mean, it varies. But I understand that my family cared about me. My dad cared about me. My mom sort of made it it caused it difficult for my dad to find where I was sometimes, maybe. See, you see where it says, I said Thanantanos, and it's not even bringing up Thanantanos. So it's trying to stop me from getting to, the medallions or whatever. But right there it is the medallion on, finally it's showing it. So there's Ether, there's Thanantanos, and there's Odin, or there's Aodin or whatever. So it's medallion or whatever. So let's go Thanantanos, medallion. Okay, so there's 3 of them. There's, you see right there, and then how to get all 3 medallions or whatever. Back here, you see on the map it shows me the diamond or whatever. God damn it, son of a fucking bitch! I swear to fucking God, it's fucking just the fucking switches and buttons are way too fucking stupid and small. See the diamonds of 6.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really? First up, we've got Shake Video Mask.
Hello one and all, and welcome to The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. I'm Zelda Master 2010, and we're gonna go ahead and press start and start this Let's Play.
Long ago, in Hyrule, a beautiful kingdom surrounded by forests and mountains, legend told of an omnipotent and omniscient golden power that lay hidden.
Okay, well, anyway, what I'm saying through there were some symbols or whatever that were related to runes and different things. So that was whoever talking about runology or whatever in different forms. So we'll just leave it at that for now. I'm trying to think what different cases are showable on YouTube. Okay, so yeah, that's something that we'll look at. Okay, so Lottie Dottie. Okay, so look at those. So I'm not sure.
Okay, party people in the house. You're about to witness something you've never witnessed before. Yes, it's the original human beatbox. Dougie Fresh and his partner, the Grand Wizard, MC Ricky D, and that's me in the place to be. And we're gonna show you how we do it for 85 Ticket Live, alright? Because I got a funny feeling you're all sick of all these crab rappers biting their rhymes because they're backstabbers. But when it comes to me and my friend Doug Fresh here, there is no competition because we are the best, yeah. Finesse and press, which we prove. And y'all will realize that we are the move. So listen close so you all don't miss as we go a little something like this. Hit it! Oh yeah. You know what? Lottie Dottie. Lottie Dottie. Lottie. Lottie. You know what? Yo, peep this. Lottie Dottie. We like to party. We don't cause trouble. We don't bother nobody. We're just some men that's on the mic. And when we rock up on the mic, we rock the mic. For all of y'all, keeping y'all in health. Just to see you smile and enjoy yourself. Cause it's cool when you cause a cozy condition and that we create. Cause that's our mission. So listen to what we say. Because this type of shit, it happens every day. I woke up around 10 o'clock in the morning. I gave myself a stretcher, a morning yawning. Went to the bathroom to wash up. Had some soap on my face and my hands up on a cup. I said, mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the top choice choice of them all. There was a rumble dumble, 5 minutes it lasted. The mayor said,
"You are, you conceited bastard."
Well, that's true. That's why we never have no beef. So then I washed off the soap and brushed the gold teeth. You know I love Olay because my skin gets pale. And then I got the files for my fingernails. Due to the night and on my behalf, I put the bubbles in the tub so I could have a bubble bath. Clean, dry was my body and hair. I threw on my brand new Gucci underwear. For all the girls I might take home, I got the Johnson's baby powder and the Polo cologne. Fresh dressed like a million bucks. Threw on the ballet shoes and the fly green socks. Stepped out my house, stopped short. Oh no, I went back in, I forgot my Kango, and then I ran through her. I bumped into my old girl from the. This is a girl plays hard to get, so I said, what's wrong? Cause she looked upset. She said, it's all because of you. I'm feeling sad and blue. You went away, and now my life is filled with rainy days. And I love you so, how much you'll never know. Cause you took your love away from me. Now, what was I to do? Just crying over me and she was feeling blue. I said, don't cry, dry your eye. Here comes your mother with those two little guys. Her mean mother stepped up, said to me, looked Sally in the face and decked her in the eye. Punched her in the belly and stepped on her feet. Slammed the child on the hard concrete. The bitch was strong, the kids was gone. Something was wrong, I said, what is going on? I tried to break it up, I said, stop it, leave her. She said, if I can't have you, she can't either. She grabbed me closely by my socks, so I broke the hell out like I had the chicken pox. But she gave chase, she caught up quick. She put her finger in the face of MC Rick. She said, why don't you give me a plane so we can go cruising in my OJ? And if you give me that's okay, I give you all my love today. Ricky, 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 can't you see? Somehow your words just hypnotize me, and I just love your jazzy ways. So, MC Rick, my love is here to stay. And on and on and on, she kept on. The bitch been around before my mother's born. I said, cheer up. I gave her a kiss. I said, you can't have me. I'm too young for you, miss. She says, no, you're not. Then she starts crying. I says, I'm 19. She said, stop lying. I says, I am. Go ask my mother. And with your wrinkled pussy, I can't be a lover. To the tick-tock, you don't stop. To the tick-tick, and you don't quit. Hit it.
Okay, so that right there where you heard
in the morning, I gave myself a stretcher. A morning yawning. Went to the bathroom to wash up. Had some soap on my face and my hands up on a cup. I said, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the top choice of them all? There was a rumble dumble, 5 minutes it lasted. The mirror said,
"You are, you conceited bastard."
Well, that's true. That's why we never have no beef. So then I washed off the soap and brushed the gold teeth. You know I love Olay because my skin gets pale. And then I got the files for my fingernails. Due to the night and on my behalf, I put the bubbles in the tub so I could have a bubble bath. Clean, dry was my body and hair. I threw on my brand new Gucci underwear. For all the girls I might take home, I got the Johnson's baby powder and the Polo cologne. Fresh dressed like a million bucks. Threw on the ballet shoes and the fly green socks. Stepped out my house, stopped short. Oh no, I went back in, I forgot my Kango, and then I ran through her. I bumped into my old girl from the. This is a girl plays hard to get. So
right there, when I was in Hamilton Southeastern, and it was not high school. I think it was junior high, or it was 9th grade in high school. It was 7th, 8th, or 9th grade. I'm not sure exactly which. It was out of one of the, it was Mr. Self. It was out in one of the trailer classrooms at the back of the school or whatever. And so there were sort of trailer classrooms, and there was a DARE program, sort of, a project at school that where, there was obviously cameras. That's where whoever's followed or tracked me or whatever. And what whoever's had done at that point is used what I said, which I had written a sort of a lyrical which was I once knew a girl. Her name was Sally. I met her one day in a downtown alley. She was smoking something weird. I really don't know, but when I said hi, I dropped on my toe. Said, "What's this, Jack? You smoking crack? Haven't you heard it's bad for your back?" It was some dumb shit, but at the same time, it works. But you see, that's where whoever's his early versions.
Powder and polo cologne, fresh dressed like a million bucks, threw on the ballet shoes and the fly green socks. Stepped out my house, stopped short. Oh no! I went back in, I forgot my Kango, and then I I ran through her. I bumped into my old girl from the valley. This is a girl plays hard to get, so I said, "What's wrong?" Cause she looked upset. She said, "Oh, it's all because of you. I'm feeling sad and blue."
And so you notice too when you get later
the
on.
The chicken pox butt, she gave chase. Cause you took your love away from me. Now, what was I to do? She's crying over me and she was feeling blue. I said, don't cry, dry your eye. Here comes your mother with those two little guys. Her mean mother stepped up, said to me, looked Sally in the face and decked her in the eye. Punched her in the belly and stepped on her. Slammed the child on the hard concrete. The bitch was strong, the kids was gone. Something was wrong. I said, what is going on? I tried to break it up. I said, stop it, leave her. She said, if I can have you, she can't either. She grabbed me loosely by my socks, so I broke the hell out like I had the chicken pox. But she gave chase. She caught up quick. She put her finger in the face of MC Rick. She said, why don't you give me a plane so we can go cruising in my OJ?
Right there, so if you're gonna say hypothetically there was dude what we're listening to there, dude was somehow previous to mine, okay, but then so it's some sort of coincidence maybe, because I had never listened to whatever dude previous to my writing, so I think that it was me first, because there's a lot in whoever is sort of going off on and stealing and shit, but then you see that it was Notorious B.I.G. is that sort of little line that goes along with that too. So Biggie, whatever.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get the unlimited plus phone plan with extra perks like 6 months of YouTube Premium.
Niggas don't think shit, think haters. My Detroit players, Tim's for my hooligans in Brooklyn. Dead right, get the head right, be you there every night. Papa been smooth since days of under rules. Never lose, never choose to. Bruise, cruise, do something to us. Talk, go through us. Girls want to us, wanna do us, screw us. Who us? Yeah, Papa and Pump. Close like Starsky and Hutch, stick to clutch. Yeah, I squeeze 3 at your cherry M3. Bang every MC easily. Take that. Recently, niggas frontin' ain't saying nothing, so I just speak my peace, keep my peace. Cubans with the Jesus peace, with my peace. Asking who want it, you got it, nigga flaunt it. That Brooklyn bullshit, we on it.
Sometimes I work with you, sometimes and I just love your flesh and I guess it wasn't working, you're so
So at that level, you see that it's whoever's connected from an old.
Okay, party people in the house, you're about to witness something you never.
So if that's 80s, early 90s or whatever.
My love is here to stay, and on, she kept on. The bitch been around before my mother's born. I said, cheer up, I gave her a kiss. I said, you can't have me, I'm too young for you, miss. She says, no, you're not. Then she starts crying. I said, somehow your words just hypnotize me. The hell out like I had the chicken pox, but she gave chase. She caught up quick. She put her finger in the face of MC Rick. She said, why don't you give me a plane so we can go cruising in my OJ? And if you give me that okay, I give you all my love today. Ricky, can't you see? Somehow your words just hypnotize me, and I just love your jazzy ways. Oh, MC Rick, my love is here to stay, and on, she kept on. The bitch been around before my mother's born. I said, cheer up, I gave her a kiss. I said, you can't have me, I'm too young for you, miss. She says, no, you're not. Then she starts crying. I says, I'm 19. She said, lying. I says I am. Go ask my mother. And wiggle wiggle pussy, I can't be a lover. To the tick tock, you don't stop. To the tick tick, and you don't quit. Hit it.
Okay, so there used to be a different video where it would show dude, Negro dude or whatever, knocking on the wall or whatever. That was sort of, it showed me that there was sort of this kind of communication type thing that was actually it was a positive sort of thing that I thought or whatever. Whoever is trying to split whatever whatever. But anyway, So as I said, what reference that has is suicidal tendencies. Number one, it's Swiss guard, sort of honor respects to understand that Suis actually is not killing self. So where whoever pronunciates suicide, meaning to kill self or something, a murder of self, it actually, you have to be smart enough to understand that Swiss is not killing self in order to not wrong whatever words. So it's actually, you have to understand the sides and the backs and forths, and it's a lot of complexities. So what I was going to show at that level too, I was going to show Do Knockin', which was sort of a suggestion that there's been sort of regular sort of sapien various groups that use non-digital ways to pass words and different things, just to sort of communication. It's regular real life. So let's talk about Salt and Pepper. And that'd be Shoop. Okay, so when I was about 15, I got a doctor's visit, or a dentist. It's actually a dentist visit.
No matter who you are or where you're going, you deserve to be seen. At College of DuPage.
So it's variously to Kwanzaa or something.
Oh, how you doing, baby? No, not you. The bow-legged one. Yeah. What's your name? Damn, that sounds sexy. Here I go again, girls, what's my weakness? Okay, then chillin', minding my business. Your souls, I looked around and I couldn't believe this. I swear, I stand, my niece, my witness. The brother had it going on with something kinda wicked. Had to kick it. I'm not shy, so I asked for the digits. I hope no, that don't make me see what I want. Slide to it swiftly. Felt it in my hips, so I dip back to my bag of tricks. Then I flip forward, dip, made me wanna do tricks on them, lick them like a lollipop should be lit. Came to my senses and I chill for a bit. Don't know how you do the voodoo that you do so well. This is so hell makes me wanna shoot. Especially in the back, brother, wanna thank your mother for a butt like that. Can I get some fries with that shake, booby? If looks could kill you, would be an easy or a shotgun bang. What's up with that thing? I wanna know, how does it hang? Straight up, wait up, hold up, Mr. Lover. Like Prince said, you're a sexy mother. Well, I like them real wild, B-boy style by the mile. Smooth black skin with a smile, bright as the sun. I wanna have some fun. Come and give me some of that yum chocolate chip honey dip. Can I get a scoop? Baby, take a ride in my coupe. You make me wanna.
Okay, so how that's relevant is that as I said, when I was about 15, there was a dentist, and the dentist went by a terminology as Shoop. Is actually SHOUP. Let's say 1993. Let's say something around there. Okay, see, Noblesville, Indiana, Randolph Shope. That's the dude right there, okay? So, that's the dude I got a ceramic type coating off. So what I wonder is what song was first or whatever. So let's say, let's go to a different level. What year? You always want to not use is or I or different type of stuff. So don't connect words. So yeah, don't connect words. Just say, what year, Salt and Pepper, and then it's SOOP. So it's different, So 1993. So right around then, as I've said, it's correlation to understand. So even at the approximate year that what I was doing, it was variously 1993. At the same time, what happens at the level where it's potentially machine learning, various potential to change stuff based on where I'm saying, an approximate or something. So it's putting stuff, whatever machine's putting stuff together wrong. So I got to be sure of that. Show operation. I would say not sex. So anyway, what I'm saying is when you're talking about things along the line of Kwanzaa, plus media groups who are variously following. So, Kwanzaa, when you talk about Kwanzaa, is sort of a commercial sort of variation of Christmas variation. So by the little shoot various, it's sort of as if whoever's are following me, but yet it's sort of as whoever is singing along, or whatever is happening. So it's sort of keeping a track of what's happening or something. So, and that's what, whether dude was using show UP as a terminology or whatever first, and whatever group uses it second to show that whoever's are following it. You see what I'm saying? So but it's got a different letter. So whoever's doing whoever's own style or whatever. So you see whoever's is basically commentating what's happening. That's what happened at the Slick Rick thing too with my lyrics. And let's see. Let's Slick Rick. And what year? And plus, there's a hyphen between Lottie and Dottie, so she would be out. So, what year? So it says 1998, or sorry, 1988, which would be earlier than what mine was. So that's what sort of, when I saw that, but it doesn't, it says 1998, Greatest Adventure, so it's not directly talking to... So it says 1985, or 1985. So which means it would be previous to what I had said. So maybe it was just a coincidence or something, unless it's whoever's variously, sort of mess around with time or something, which I want to be sure which is war. That's why when I wrote FBI, and I had to say, you know what, it's saying whatever is different, but at the same time, it was obviously been following me, and I ain't been following whoever back. You said as far as a previous time, and that's on digital date data. So it's really good that I sort of waited. And really, I'm not trying to steal from your own, figure stuff out. So IMI, so it's just right there. So in order, who did IMI, then, or a different I as a boy, all I are men to creation of the intellectual property. That's obvious. I am not female, despite pseudo level use. Okay, so at that level, actually, I would, I'll respect the omnivorism, vegetarianism variously, but the respect is there's certain types of terminologies which are not kept on as a permanent due, so they're sort of secondary terminologies being variously, kill as far as to animals or whatever for food, but all that stuff wouldn't develop variably. So, even though, whoever's are obviously eating food. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure at this point. That's why I wrote the FBI and basically said I was not sure. I'm not sure what's happening. The reality is, if you go back to Hamilton Southeastern in this is Time Machine. See, would have been 1993, would have been 8th grade. See, so right there you see an Indy Star photo of variously of Hamilton Southeastern. I should say, I guess, junior high. Let's go to the high school. Let's see, Hamilton Southeastern High School. Even though it's bringing up high school anyway, even though I want junior high school, it's, god damn it. So you see, it's talking about different beings doing search warrants on Google and X, which is X veritably me actually veritably, but actually I'm not sure veritably. It says X. So, but yes, in X. That's free will, so not me. See, it's talking right there. FCC finding wireless carriers. That's what I said. You know, I see that whoever's are getting around to different things. So. That's awesome. Winamp thing right there. It'd be nice if you could sort of pull down the little drawer or whatever over the EQ, even though, you know, it's already on a touch screen, I mean, or whatever. But, you know, if you could pull down the door over the EQ so you'd have the literal there and it'd be a keyboard and whatever, you know. I was a fan of Winamp. Winamp's awesome. To a certain point. I mean, there's always a reality that, you know, other stuff that goes along with whatever, you know. So, yeah, I mean, in certain cases, it was awesome. That's a record, though, that I see whoever has a various device, so. It's different companies, you know, whatever, different groups. Okay, so I'm at 4 hours and 32 minutes at the length of this video. So I'm going to call it right now.